Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off an emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's one. That's two there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. Onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Great spotted. Top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock on the Savvy. Does he get the second? He does. Onto the Bam Bam. Today is the last chance for teams to qualify into the grand finals of the PUBG Asia Super Cup. 6 final matches remaining for our 16 teams that are here in the LCQ. My name is Enox, joining me again today. It's the ever lovely Extreme. How are you, bud?
I am fantastic. I think last night was absolutely, I just had a bunch of fun. And that's good to say on a PUBG broadcast. I think I had a bunch of fun. And I guess going into tonight, we get to see teams finally eliminated, which is just, it makes things spicy.
We do love fun, Russell. We do love to have some fun here. Let's get to the tournament explainer for those maybe unfamiliar from our earlier proceedings. We started off with the group stage, which was now a couple of days ago. This has been going for almost every day since it began, but we had Group A, B, C. They all battled it out over 3 days. From that, we had the top 8 of those respective 24 teams make it into the grand final. So they're sitting, they're waiting, they're just chilling. What they're waiting for is for the last chance qualifiers to conclude. We've begun that yesterday, 6 games played, 6 to go.
Yeah, 6 to go, and again, very simple, top 8 qual, bottom 8 are eliminated. So throughout all the previous events you played last year to get you to this point, well, now's your last chance to prove that you earned it.
In terms of what these teams are playing for, though, it is prize pool money. It's no pathway to PGC, no pathway to PGS, pure cash. $100,000 USD, $20,000 for first place. The good news for these teams in the last chance qualifiers, Russ, if they don't make top 8 tonight, they at the very least still walk away with $1,000. So still something for participating. But I mean, just making top 8 tonight just automatically doubles your prize pool from 1K to 2K and allows you to go into the grand final, of course, to play over 4 nights to see how much further you can go. We, of course, begun last night for the last chance qualifiers. 6 matches were played over a variation of different maps. It was a really fun night. Of course, whenever a new lobby begins, everyone starts at 0. It's a little bit difficult to predict who's going to start well, but one team that really, from the beginning till the end, were very dominant was the Expendables. They absolutely topped this group. 67 points, Russell, just 3 shy of the record here at the tournament, which is 70 on a given night. They were great, and a couple of other teams as well. We just saw New Generation Esports. They finished 2nd on the night. Both of those 2 teams and a couple below them are very much in the driver's seat for tonight, and that was a wonderful shot we saw at Tago.
That was fantastic. We saw a couple of good shots last night, and honestly, I remember going into last night thinking it was going to be kind of chaos, and honestly, for the first couple of games it was, and you saw TE really taking advantage of that chaos. Maybe not in this moment here where Long K just kind of hit the pro, and yeah, and you said last night the smoke was a big factor. I totally agree. Easy clean up there, but it ended up being a fantastic night where these guys survived for quite a long time. You go to those Miramar games, especially, I believe it was the last one, where Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3, even though it looked like an island circle, they were all playing very properly. They all survived for a ton of time, and we got into like Phase 3 with 49 up, but the circle looked incredibly full. It was good to see, and it was just a quality PUBG.
We nerded out a little bit in that final game when we saw the original Phase 1 circle, Bob. It was a island finish circle, but it did not play out that way. Instead, we got that Impala circle with a bunch of unplayables. Now, here's the leaderboard. Top 8 currently, 6 games to go. Arguably, those in the top 5, it goes without saying, are very much one hand into the grand final. For Newhouse Esports, for Unicorn Cyber, for Armory Gaming, and for From the Future in 9th, as they are tied with Armory Gaming on 34 points. They've all still got some work to do. It means for Nosh, Archangel Predator, PMA, Daytrade, and so on, they need to all have big nights to get into that top 8. It's going to be a limited amount of spots.
Yeah, if we're correct in thinking that it's low 60s, mid 60s, maybe even 70s that is going to be the actual cutoff for that top 8, then I mean, you look at those point values on the right-hand side and you think that they're going to have consistently stellar games across the entire night. It's going to be easier, you know, for the likes of AAP and Daytrade. You look at Pixel Stars and go, okay, they're completely out of it, but that's not actually true mathematically. They can have a fantastic night. We've seen good comebacks in PUBG history, but it's going to need to be consistently fantastic.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask for those teams in the bottom 3, bottom 4 positions, but we've seen some things happen. We'll go to our sort of head-to-head for the night in terms of 2 teams that we really want to highlight. Lobhold, one of them is in 8th at the moment. Armory Gaming, a team that's been essentially core since the very beginning of 2023. So they've been involved in both of the Thai Series, Phase 1, Phase 2, respectively, around that 6th and 5th position, and the 5th coming in Phase 2. A team that I think certainly has shown some really good qualities at the moment in the Asia Cup. You look at the likes of Riz, Dynasty, both kind of leading from that frag potential. Second fragged for the team back in Phase 2 was Riz. I think he's actually gone to another level here, maybe even just passing Dynasty at this event. But a team that I think has all of the qualities to make grand finals and would be a bit of a disappointing result for them to miss out.
I remember one of the things that really impressed me during the group stage was even when it was, the pressure was on them and they were tied with so many teams in that final day of groups, they didn't look phased at all. It looked like they were playing exactly how they would if it was game 1 in the tournament. And that kind of narrative has stuck with me going into the last chance qualifiers. Unfortunately, it hasn't really looked that good, but it's looked consistent enough, I suppose.
Yeah, I agree with you there wholeheartedly. A 34-point margin for Armory Gaming, 8th at the moment. We kind of anticipated around that sort of mid-60s. So they essentially just kind of have to have another night similar to what we saw from them last night. We'll see if that can eventuate. The other team that we kind of wanted to have a look at, Russell, is going to be from the future. Now, they're in 9th, same amount of points as Armory Gaming. So I think it's rightfully to kind of look at both of them, both equal. And a team that, of course, won the Challenger Rumble back in Phase 2 of last year. It's a mashup of that sort of old Victim FTF, Victim Rise roster from 2020. Delta Mix, of course, has made his way in. So there's a lot of longevity on this roster for this core team. We know what Tede is capable of, top fragger from PCR2. This is a roster that can certainly frag out. The question marks are probably more so surrounding their ability to survive, make late game. Can they get the placement points, the chicken dinners required to make the grand final?
Yeah, I mean, look, I put these guys in a similar bucket to AAP. When you stack them up against the rest of the APAC region, they do kind of fall short. Maybe they're not even in the top 8 overall, but they certainly have the capability. And in a lobby like this, they should really be focusing on just getting the kill points and kind of, being content with a 6th or 7th place if they had 9 kills to back that up kind of thing. It's kind of all they need to do. And look, I mean, the past proves that they have that capability.
Now, we go to the maps, a slight little change up for tonight. It's not a full reversal. Essentially, Erangel and Miramar just swapping as we close out the last chance qualifiers. Tago for Kendi, they stay in their respective slots as of game 3 and 4, but we do begin with Miramar, which is where we left from last night, Russell. So back to the desert we go, which gives us an opportunity maybe at another island finish, but that's the hopium coming back out. I will say, obviously, when you kind of look at these 12-match tournaments, because I guess technically the last chance quals is a tournament within a tournament, it's really difficult to sort of place too much focus on the maps for the teams individually. I don't think you're going to be sitting here, and me and Jordan used to be big on it back in the day, the PCS era, certain teams being, say, better on Miramar or better on Erangel. You just don't have the amount of games necessary to be a Miramar team or to be an Erangel team. You got 12 games. You just need to be a team that can perform on any given map.
Yeah, and I think in this era, you have to be good at every map you possibly can be. I don't think there's enough room in PUBG Esports anymore for you to be fantastic at one map and not good at another. I think you can probably have that argument for Tago and Vikendi as you play them the least, but you have to have very solid fundamentals for both Miramar and Erangel. Although that said, and we continue to build this up as well, Miramar can be a bit of a 50-50 map. Just the way the terrain works, the way the circles can go, it can be 50-50. It's one of those maps where if you find yourself out of position, it's not as maneuverable as your Erangel or your Tago or even your Vikendi to that point as well. There's too many barriers on Miramar, and starting off on Miramar, this could kind of mess with your momentum a little bit. If you catch yourself on the southern side of that massive power grid unplayable with only a few choke points to get to the north, and you just kind of are forced to have a bad game, that's not a good way to start the night. Of course, you'd think they would go into the next game, totally mentally reset, but it's something they got to look at because, as you keep saying as well, there's no comfort pick off the bat. You get that last, which I guess we can have another discussion later about whether that's good.
Yeah, I know. That's interesting to think about. So we head into Miramar. It is going to be the first game of the night. Again, technically match 7 overall for these teams in the last chance qualifiers. Top 8 looking pretty good when you kind of break down that top 5, the Expendables, NGE, FW, already in the 60s. We think that's going to be, close to that cutoff margin, which means essentially they've got 6 matches to go and get like 10 points if you really want to be safe. So we know that that's going to happen. They're playing some really good PUBG at the moment throughout the tournament. And, the other thing as well, for a lot of those teams too, when you look at like New Generation, the Expendables, somewhat FW, because they did bring it back a little bit from the group stage. These are teams with high expectations coming into this event, and clearly back in the group stage weren't able to meet that.
Yeah, absolutely not able to meet that. What I do hope, actually, speaking of expectations, I wonder whether DK and RXE have set themselves at this kind of level where they're going to be top 4, top 5 consistently. I'm hoping they don't crumble tonight, because if they do crumble and they do have a really bad night, they're going to end up sitting in that cutoff point, right? And we don't want that to happen at all. We saw Thanahan have a fantastic night yesterday. Obviously, DK got that back-to-back win, and the second one was something we glossed over a little bit, but it just kind of came out of nowhere. They crept up into Daytrade's warehouse and got away with it. So I'm wondering what their expectations are going into tonight are going to be, because it shouldn't really be anything crazy. I don't think they should be going out and looking for anything insane. They just have to play incredibly standard PUBG, get the like 10 points required, maybe a little bit more, and then call it a night.
So Circle will be on the eastern side of Miramar. A little bit of a take back to what we had last night, playing around that vicinity, but more so to the south near Impala. This will go far up north, Al-Azhar, Cruz de Valle. Daytrade, team to keep an eye on, because they had a shocking 14-point night last night, and this is not a one-off. For those that missed the group stage, they had a 13-point night on night number 1 in the groups. That was their downfall, even though they were able to turn it around, get themselves to, I believe it was 53 points on their second night, which is at least something, a nice little sort of turnaround, but it wasn't enough to get them into the top 8. They missed out 66 points in total. 66 points for this portion of the tournament might just be enough, but they'd be splitting hairs, and it also means they'd have to have another 50-point night tonight, which, yeah, I don't even know if they're capable of that. Obviously, they've made the IGL changes mid-tournament. We've been kind of talking about that at length, with Pujil swapping the IGL role over to Nurans. It hasn't quite worked for them, clearly, from the first initial games. But that's the issue when you make changes mid-tournament, Russell. You have such a small sample size to feel like, is this working or not, that you might make a hasty decision.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. You have to play a really good amount of PUBG games to know if something's going to work or not. Of course, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration. There are some things you know are not going to work, or some things you just kind of know objectively are a little bit more risky. But when it's something as subjective as an IGL change, yeah, it's going to take some time to get used to. Maybe their mindset, and of course I have no idea if this is true, but potentially their mindset going into this was, look, we're Daytrade. No matter what, we're going to qualify. I mean, we have the stature, we have the experience, and we have the players to make it happen. So we can make an IGL change and use this as kind of practice. If that was the mindset, then it has wholeheartedly backfired. And I'm hoping that going into today, they've had maybe not a lengthy discussion. Sometimes those discussions can be quite simple, but just whatever they need to do to pick it up going into tonight to make sure they have the night they need to. And look, it might not be enough. A 50-point night might not be enough at the end of the day, but that's still a respectable night. And if they have changed something up going into tonight, then they'll know it's going to work, at least, going into whatever next tournament they play.
Yeah, we focused a little bit on Armory Gaming back in the pre-show with our match graphic. We kind of put the curse on AAP and Daytrade last night. They were the two teams we focused on and really had the expectations that they would come into the last chance qualifiers, turn their form around from what was, not the best group stage. Although in the end, in terms of the actual group stage itself, Arcane Predator 63 points, Daytrade 66, like they were still up amongst it. And like when we kind of came into this part of the tournament, we kind of looked at the bottom. So the top 8 for LCQ was the next 8 that missed out in the original group stage. And so far, yeah, there has been a couple that right now aren't really continuing on the good work that they did finish in terms of the group stage. AAP, yeah, not in that top 8. Daytrade, yeah, not in that top 8, right? So, I think there's been a couple that have clearly dropped down as Tede's getting pressured here. FTF, well, maybe they've gotten the curse on them with Tede, their top fragger for From the Future, knocked by Shanks. It's actually our two head-to-head teams going to do battle. Armory Gaming and From the Future, and I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to get revived. Riz with a good 90 damage tag as well. Shinosuke needs to heal back up, and Tede has been flushed by Dynasty, which will be our first kill for the game. Not the best of starts for FTF. Got to remember, they are fighting to get into that top 8.
Yeah, Teddy himself died last, or he never died last, sorry, in PUBG Challenger Rumble 2. So you got to assume that's some insane level of aggression. Never ever dying fourth on your team is a level of commitment I am not prepared to do when I play PUBG. But I mean, the narrative continues. He's died first there. He's gone for something, hasn't worked out. Riz now looking towards Nosh, who had a decent night last night, I suppose, when you stack them up against their expectations and their performance in the group stage, which is good to see that they can turn it around a little bit, but they're going to need a little bit more tonight. 40 points or something for them should do it, although 45 is probably the safe bet. Riz has been spotted out as well. I don't even know by who. Someone in the background somewhere on a high hill doing something. Shanks has got to be a little bit careful. I wonder now if Sapao saw Shanks come in. I guess the tell would be whether or not Sapao is going into this warehouse loud. But I think Shanks is yeah, he's got the info. They have no idea, so he's calling back up, but Shanks, this is actually quick.
He does have one name, and he's going to prefer to go with the M416 and destroy. He just sits him down. Yeah, got some good damage onto both of them, actually. Split the damage well, but he did need to at least get one knock. Got none in the end. Loses his life, and not the best start for Armory Gaming either. And the interesting thing is, this is great for everyone else that's not inside of the top 8. This is exactly what they would have wanted. It opens up that 8th spot. Two teams that are kind of providing that gatekeeper option right now, both suffering casualties to begin this game, is something that everyone else would like to see. Your Noshes, your AAPs, your PMAs, your day trades, they need at least some teams that are around 6, 7, and 8 on the leaderboard to have a slow night.
So for this circle, if you want to catch all of the nerdy references, head over to LPL_play. I'll be referencing it a lot. But right now, the middle of this zone is a circle that a lot of teams are obviously very familiar with, but it is that road that leads to El Azahar and towards the center of the map as well. That is one of those barriers on Miramar that is lower rather than it is higher up. Usually it's the unplayables, but this time it's a road. It is very playable, but you kind of want to be the last team there, and you're kind of hoping that it ends up on edge because you can then play that road ridge and look deeper into the circle. But it is gonna, it's not as harsh of a barrier as water on a wrangle, say if it was gonna go Sosnovka Island, but it is definitely something to consider because crossing it takes a little bit of resources, takes some time, and obviously you're entirely exposed when you're doing it. Definitely doable. FTF up here on the high ground. Nosh is doing a nice split. It's kind of off-center towards the center of the zone, though. They have two players in a very central spot right next to RXC, who had a fantastic night last night, and two players closer to FTF as well on the northwest of the zone. In a good spot to actually perform well, I think, are Nosh, and they're going to have access to the east as well. So that was a little bit of a nerdy reference to the map stream, but hopefully you caught it.
I do like Nosh. I've seen some good things from them. I mean, I wouldn't put them in the favoritism list in terms of making top 8, but I think they're thereabouts. Unfortunately, a lot of the teams from Japan have struggled. Four-man Bow, Arctics, 14th and 15th currently. But Nosh in a position, 25 points. They're actually the closest to that cutoff of FTF and AG for that 8th spot. Good position, as you mentioned, 2-2 split, and could get something from this game. Long-range shot with the Mini 6X in from Haribo. It's got enough ammunition, have a couple of pot shots, well, and that's exactly why. Things can happen. Riz gets a tag. Let's get an 8X on the SLI, and he's a little bit closer, but still. You shoot your shots, they may land. 60 seconds until phase 2. Looking at the map stream, yeah, I think everyone's pretty much comfortable. Pixel Stars, yeah, maybe still on the move a little bit north of San Martin. This is one of the I want you to disagree with me here, Russell, but I feel like in terms of Miramar, this area of the map, playing in and around Al Azhar, and that massive road with mountains on either side of it, and you imagine when that centers up, it becomes an absolute nightmare to move around. So many ridges, there's not many places that are safe, you're constantly under pressure, teams have got certain compounds, a lot of compounds are on hills as well. You kind of look at where AAP is playing on that hill compound outside of Al Azhar, that centers up, that's really hard to push. This is a very rough terrain area of Miramar versus the south side, which has a lot more of the field gameplay.
I mean, I don't disagree. I fully agree. And I think one of the reasons is because you have such high spots on the north and on the south, excuse me, where you have day trade sitting on top of the Cruz de Val Church right now. That's one high point. And then you obviously have TE off to the south there and DK as well. That has centered up in a very familiar spot. That intersection is incredibly notorious. Four-man Bow is going to be loving life right now. They are thinking, yep, we've got to play to basically everywhere in this zone, especially if they're able to keep their cars up. But I think the reason this is rough to play around, maybe not so much when it goes towards the field, but there's just so many high places around that all the kind of little bits of terrain teams that you can play are just going to get shot at. So you're kind of forced to play really low in terrain. You're forced to play in the compounds, and a lot of the compounds obviously going to be taken very quickly, especially during phase 1 if it pops on a spot like this. But okay, what is Duckjuice doing? That's not how you drive a car. What is that?
Don't question, Russell. If it works, it works.
All right.
If you're alive to tell the tale and it's a funny one, that's fine. It still counts. You'll take it.
I got a lot of those.
Oh, Shinosuke gets caught. Dynasty with the tag. We hyped him up for the pre-show. James been knocked out. Nate to follow up. Daytrade's lost Flash. For what it's worth, we'll probably be keeping another firm eye on them and their performance tonight. Top team from Thailand. Dynasty with another decent tag. But James down. Shanks has already been eliminated. Team on the precipice in 8th position. Pressure on them to maintain this, if not go one better, and cement themselves a position inside of the top 8 by the end of tonight. Delwyn knocked elsewhere, but the push continues from Nosh, and this is the kind of fight, Russell, Nosh needs to take. They need to be aware of the scenario at hand, which this is the team gatekeeping the top 8. Big nade from Otier gets the knockdown to Dynasty. It's only Riz left, the top player from the team so far in this tournament, has the solo left. Bow LP, though, for RXC, gets in, steals a kill away. So did Raze. So even though Nosh won that fight, Russell, they don't get much in terms of benefit. They got 1 kill from all of that.
That's insane. I want to give them credit too. I feel like they deserve those kills. They are very purposefully playing the strongest side of that compound. The church on that southern side and the open garage as well. That's basically all you have to play. That's where Armory Gaming decided to push or had to push, and Nosh played the stronger side, and they kind of win that fight for it. Yeah, unfortunately, like you said, they don't get any of the kills, but I'll give them the credit where I see it.
Yeah, Smell knocked down as well by Brownie. 3 at the moment gone for Danko Gaming. 4th at the moment. They've gotten the 1 kill. Hoang still alive, has 1 more frag grenade, couple of smokes, can use these defensively to maybe go for a revive. There is a nade in hand for Brownie. Landed that nicely. Didn't cook it very long. In fact, it still hasn't exploded until just then. Had that been a long cook, could have actually got the kill onto Hoang. Instead, he gets inside of the building, gets the revive, needs to try and find Jun, but I think he's the one that's outside, so I don't think he's going to be able to survive this. Can he make it in time? No. Last second, does get the crate though, and a couple of nades. He does eventually get knocked by Brownie. Inside the building, I think, is Bittermilk. Jump up from Cambu. The jump shots have been great so far in this tournament, but it's the frag grenade that does the job from Duckjuice, and the Expendables wipe out Danko Gaming. They go to 72 points, and they are very much on the way to the grand final.
Danko just stuck in a cycle of reses there. They had to put smokes up. They had to go for reses, because if they don't, they probably don't win that fight. And TE took full advantage of the fact that they were just recycling those reses as much as possible. Put all the pressure on them that they needed to, limited them to 1 house. And yeah, some beautiful nades.
This is what I'm talking about. Look at this circle, Russell. It's not water. It's, but it's so hard to cross from north to south and vice versa. And
all of those spots in the middle of the terrain, you basically only have shacks to work with. Some of that terrain is low enough that you can play, but you're not going to enjoy your time in that low ground. It's going to be really rough. You're going to be limited by RXC. You're going to be limited by TE, limited by AAP. A lot of this circle is just survival unless you have kind of access to one of those high grounds.
Good position for Daytrade as well, touching on them north side, which has got a bit more favor in terms of this circle. 4-man boat pushed into New House Esports, and they've lost this convincingly. I think they got 1 knock for their side. T1706 is down, but they've already lost NLT earlier, so it's only UDirt and Long K. Not ideal for NHE. I mean, they've only got the 42 points, not exactly solidified deep inside of that top 8. Nice turnaround for UDirt though on the stairwell. This he just gets caught, maybe thinking he had a bit of a free shot. Yeah, and they've wiped him out. Nice turnaround for UDirt and Long K as the duo. And 4-man boat are wiped. 5 matches remaining for them on 13 points. Their chances of top 8 dwindling by the game.
I think Long K just saved UDirt there. I wasn't sure where that 4-man boat player was, but I think Long K got a little bit of team damage onto UDirt there, but all worth it, because I think that player was in the hallway, came out spraying, and Long K was there to save UDirt's life. So they got it done. Yeah, they lose 1 off the back of that. I lost them early. Doesn't matter. You'll take that. I don't know what's going on here.
James standing still.
They're staying back on his own. I like this a lot.
More good shots from Hung Fong Do for New Generation Esport. Northside, Cruztabal on the south end of the city. Akai, half health. NGE, consistency was key last night for them after a turbulent group stage where they had 37 points after the first 2 games. Still missed out. FAP is nutty with these DMRs. gets the headshot onto Xiaofeng, and they're just feeding on pixel stars. This is great from NGE. This is what I expected more from them throughout the entire tournament. We're finally getting to see it in the last chance qualifiers. Good form building for them going into the grand finals, which is where exactly they will be.
It's so good for NG as well because there's no one shooting at them. It's one member of Arctics the entire time NG was taking that fight from the high ground that was shooting at them. No one else. Day Trade's nowhere near. The rest of Arctics are deeper on the east side of the zone. So they can take that fight for free. That's usually a fight you're going to get third-partied on. All of that where NG is now on the north is mostly open. There's maybe a shack and some ridges that you can play, but for the most part, you should be getting third-party. But everyone else is so preoccupied with getting into the zone that NGE had that for free. That is such a nice fight to take, and I'm glad they got it done quickly.
15 seconds away from phase 4, halfway through the first match of the night. We keep talking about how quick these go. We've only got the 12 games overall, and we've already played 6. You don't get many opportunities to keep having poor performances. Hard to be completely blunt, but must be. Four-man boat, Pixel Stars cannot really see much of a way into the top 8 for them. Hey, I just fodder for the rest of the lobby. Next circle shift, and it does continue to be on that north side. Right onto the compound of Rapsiak Esports as well. Russell, they'll be ecstatic with that. They don't need much more. 53 points. Maybe not as solidified as that sort of top 3, but by the end of this game, could very well be joining them with essentially a ticket into the grand final and just needing for the games to finalize. FW Esports out on the edge, close by to PMA and Nosh. And it looks as if they will be driving into the location of PMA. 6 sacks, pulls up nice and early, gets into a good position. They are ready for this fight. I don't know how much information they've got on PMA, but they look ready to go.
May as well. I mean, you know, regardless, there's going to be a team here. There's not much other playable space in the zone at this point. Nades come over. These are very offensive nades, trying to get a knock. If you get that knock, then you can maybe justify pushing towards the edge of zone, but none of them go either way. There's no knocks on either team. Both throwing nades back and forth. You kind of hope that they don't end up wasting them because they don't really have full sets of information right now. But finally, they're going to open it up. PMA. That's a defensive knock for sure. That nade's going to go straight towards 6-sack. Razor's trying to fight back with his own nades. It's just nades right now. This is PUBG Esports 2023, although to their credit, they're also taking gunfights. That's aggression as well. Who the hell is that on PMA? I don't know. I like it though. Lunlun has to get this done. This is too aggressive for my liking over the ridge. I would have loved it if he stayed a little bit lower, but he just didn't. This is kind of giving a chance. Oh, I mean, okay, look at that. I mean, PMA have just died. Maybe a little bit too much aggression there. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, did they have much of a choice though? Blue pushing, bad position inside of the zone, but being forced to fight FW. What do? You just say, no, we don't want to fight. No, thank you. Let's just run. I think you kind of have to just defend your position, try win it, and then push up north in towards Nosh. Like, look at FW now, right? They win the fight. You think that they're just singing their praises and giving themselves a pat on the back? No, they've got to figure out, what do we go now? Now's the next issue. Fortunately for FW Esports, less on the line, already in the top 3. They don't really need to get much more here. Wiped out PMA, who do need the points. Nosh happy to hold the compound. Bad side of the road. In the long run, this position's not going to be good, barring any kind of crazy circle shifts onto their location. But you take it for now for safety, for the short term, hoping it'll get you at least into the top 8. Extra points, Nurens, good spray onto Kali, driving on by. These are the kind of points that Day Trade absolutely must be collecting, as they need to make their way into that top 8, even without Flash this game, who died very early as a 3-man. In a good position. I like their spot inside of the circle to actually have a good game. The only downside is that they are a trio.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where you need 4 to be able to fight out of it later on. So it's also one of those games where you think, as Day Trade, if it doesn't go your way, I mean, losing Flash early is going to be in the back of your mind, the forefront of your mind, rather. See where this circle goes. RXC have a few options here. For RXC right now, off that circle pop, you're really hoping that they can kind of sit on these roofs, which is what they're going to be allowed to do. But I think the terrain around them is kind of lending to the fact that everyone's going to be able to take fights without being shot at from RXC. Maybe TE and Day Trade are in a different bucket to that, but you look at FW, you look at Nosh, you look at Unicorn Cyber, NHE as well. A lot of those teams are going to be able to move and take fights and just play this zone without being shot at by RXC, and that's a lot of kill points on the table for RXC. This is a game where even if they get second here and they get 3 kills, they can still potentially be pushed out of the running for top 8. So this is kind of one where you just want to start the night off and capitalize on a feed like this.
Yeah, 100% agree. And this is where it can get a bit tricky because you think, all right, well, we want to kind of take zone control, but if you give up the backside of the warehouse, then other teams can push in. Suddenly you're fighting a fight on two fronts. So you almost don't want to get too heavily involved and bring all 4 players over to, say, push like at the Expendables. Then you get shot at. You got to remember, it's Miramar, right? So if you push out, you're going to probably be running into other sight lines. This is a difficult prospect here for RXC. I think if I'm them, considering where they're at in the leaderboard, they don't have to do anything too crazy. Sit still, play the game out, get some players on points, pick up a couple of late game kills. As Van Knight and New Generation already up to 7 kills, having a great start to the night here for map number 1. Now trying to bully and push Day Trade out of this compound. They don't have too much from this game, just the 3 kills, and actually don't even have any placement points as of yet. Still 9 teams remaining. But NGE are kind of just backing off a little bit. They've spotted the Expendables further into zone, better position. But this is going to be really difficult for Day Trade to push out of. They keep going south, the Expendables will spot them if they push over that hill. You go north, you're fighting NGE. You kind of have to take a battle.
Yeah, it's a rough zone for that reason. It kind of forces you to take fights eventually during this terrain. It's so open. You peek over these ridges and, I mean, yeah, you realize that you have to take a fight one way or the other. I think NGE might be their better option, although, of course, they might not know how far away TE is. NGE now kind of sitting parallel with them. Both teams really are limited to not really doing much until they get, you know, guaranteed info that RXC isn't going to be an issue and all the other teams behind them or on their sides aren't going to be an issue. I feel like they're just kind of playing to wait to see what the zone does. For RXC as well, I think right now they're fine. I don't think anyone's going to push into their compound. Not until either side of the zone has cleaned each other up. Not until they know there's one team on the west side. Not until they know one team is on the east side. Then teams will start pushing RXC. And I like what RXC are doing now. There you go, Vinus. So claim a couple kills while you can because everyone is so occupied rotating into zone. No one's going to push RXC right now. They have all the opportunities in the world to claim kills like that while everyone's occupied fighting each other.
I love the way that they did that as well. One on roof, gets vision, gets info, knows that one, Vinisu can then push out, he's safe. That puts him then in a really good position to play the kind of defense, front contact, throw the nade out, collect a couple of kills. I thought that was extremely smart from RXC. They've shown that a couple of times throughout this tournament that they have the brains to go with the aim. As Hung Fong Du does land a tag on to Day Trade, at the very least now placement point goes their way into the top 8. So now placement points on offer for these teams. Look at those that are not inside of that top 7 though. Nosh, AAP, Day Trade. So at the very least for those 3 teams, and they're the 3 teams that we kind of highlighted, Russell, as needing to have a good night. Well, at least they've started well, collecting some points, ticking over that leaderboard. Downside is 7 of the top bloody 8 are inside of the server still.
Yeah, that's really rough. You're looking at this and thinking, all right, maybe that last spot in that 8th place is all we're going to be left with. Only game 1 though. Still plenty of PUBG to be played. You can look at that east side as well, thinking realistically, there's only room for one team on that side, and whoever wins that eastern side scuffle is going to control the entire side. That high ground just to the right of where Vang is right now, that's where I'm looking to see the victor of that eastern side sit for the moment. At least while that
FW's pushed up warehouse. They've gotten it. They've gotten it. 6 stacks pushed up with Banana One. Ray stayed as an anchor, bot fluke as well. So they actually had double anchor to try and maybe keep RXC off the roof facing the north side so that the other 2 could then push up. Now, this is where it gets a bit tricky because obviously Rays and bot fluke still need to make their way over as well. RXC are aware of this and they get the knock onto 6 stacks, taking this fight now with FW. The good thing for them, no other teams are pushing the south side, so they can take this fight without having to give up position because the fight has been brought to them. Raze plays the anchor, he's knocked, he's dead. He's basically out of this fight now, and they've already got 6 stacks. Look at the aggression here from Vinisu with an S12K, pushes up to the wall with that ahead as well. FW are wiped out by the Clown Kittens.
6, 7, 8, 9 with 3 of those as well. That was just, it put fear in the eyes of that team with the Saiga. Gets it done. That is a fantastic defense from RXC, but this is the eastern side fight we needed to see, and of course NGE is the one to win it. I think they were probably in the best spot out of all the teams over here to begin with. TE on the south.
We just lost 3 teams. We're down to 4 remaining, one of which is a solo for the Expendables. This power also gone for Unicorn, down to 3 now. That's actually Duck Choose the solo, 8 kills, now 78 in first for TE. More than enough points for New Generation wiping this server, 10 kills.
Yeah.
And for Rapsiak now up into the top 4 on 62 points, still having that main warehouse as the compound 4 phases 7 onwards. Sven Nye knocked by Duckju. He is just having a bit of a solo run. Does get tagged heavily by Hakai, will fall back, has the first aid kits and a couple of smokes and the position to fall back. No pressure on him though.
I actually kind of need to push out potentially. I don't want to see them throw this away, but I feel like they're being... I mean, they kind of know where everyone is. These teams are fighting on the east. Spray comes out. That's not... That is very unlike FAP. Not only is that unlike FAP, but that is just, yeah, unlucky. The Molly will finish it. This is RXC now, though. Look at them push out. This is what they need to do.
Yeah, they've got to understand the scenario here is that they're going to push for space. Clear. Now, it's Miramar, though, so lots of ridges, lots of little rocks that you want to see. Is there any snakes in and behind those crevices? And that's kind of what we're seeing from 6, 7, 8, 9 pushing north side. I also think that they don't want to rush this and just start pushing out and then someone gets knocked long distance. Stay together, keep close, and the circle keeps staying on them. And if that's the case, then they don't have to really push out all that much.
The thing they can do is because they have these roofs, they have the luxury of being able to put a couple members closer to NGE, closer out in these ridges. Although they're not ideal. You can put a couple players just outside the compound, ready to take a fight when NGE comes your way, and you can have that backup from these roofs. Although there are multiple ways you can play the end game in PUBG, and whatever I say is not the be-all, end-all. You can just put 3 players up on top of the warehouse roofs, 1 on top of the long building roof, and you're probably going to be fine. Yeah. They're confident enough as well that no one's going to wrap that southern side as well. No one's going to come that way. That's going to be out of the zone eventually. So, yeah, play it either way, but this is what RXC is choosing to do.
Big game as well from Unicorn Cyber coming into this game. They were in 7th, 38 points, so only 4 above Armory Gaming, now up to 49 points. 3 players alive. Let's not discredit them or count them out. They're still very much a factor, as evident there by the knockdown of Destroy onto FAP. That will open things up. Now, the biggest thing that RXC will have to do, though, if this fight is an extended one with NGE for UNC, then that's when RXC needs to push out of that double warehouse and get involved in third party at the right time.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. They're getting ready for it as well. 2 players already pushing out. I guess they put themselves up on the warehouse roofs, get some info. And as soon as Destroy got that knock and flush, that was their go time to extend out just a little bit, but not overextend. Don't give yourselves up just yet. They know this fight is an eventuality. And so let NGE suffer another knock. Let Unicorn push up a little bit. They're also out of blue, and RXC know that. They are ready. Across that ridge, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's waiting for his opportunity on Hakai. As soon as Hakai has to go off and deal with Unicorn Cyber, this is 6, 7, 8, 9 making that wrap.
He just got tagged up. RXC on the roof, you can see Vinasu along with Bao LP, and you're basically right in terms of what they needed to do. They are now doing it. 2 out on the ridge, 2 still up on that roof, providing cover. They have the whole north side controlled along with the main compound. Even better for RXC is the fact that Unicorn and New Generation are both kind of taking pot shots at each other. This game is set up for Rapziak Esports to claim the chicken dinner. They keep circle control as well for Phase 8. They can basically still play roof and ridge as a combination. But New Generation no longer really inside of the circle. Certainly not the case for Unicorn Cyber. And also they've expended all of these smokes, Russell, over the last 2 or so minutes just to keep Rapziak Esports out of that vision. They don't really have the smokes anymore. So as they push out and down this hill, they are going to be in the firing lines of Rapziak Esports.
Look at Hakai as well. No vest, helmet on red HP. They have been battered to death. Not quite death yet, I suppose. And Unicorn Cyber, you saw it just then. Okay, Hakai's gone down. That's a little bit of go time potentially for RXC, but you saw how open Unicorn Cyber's run was. I didn't realize how easy it would potentially be for RXC to claim this. NGE is already on the ropes, and Unicorn Cyber, they can't make this run without anyone from RXC seeing them. I didn't realize this was going to be as wrapped up as it was. I thought potentially NGE and Unicorn Cyber would be able to fight a little bit, but this is such open ground.
Unicorn have no vision, and this is why RXC haven't overextended, Russell, because if they overextend, push hill, and go down the other side, all they're doing is putting themselves in a position to get shot at. There's no reason for them to do anything but play the warehouse, play the high ground, play the ridge game. They've played this perfectly, played with what they've been given. Nice shots here from Van Nye with the Mark 12, got the knockdown onto Destroy, has been able to make a crossover, is Chew to the vehicle, but there comes 6, 7, 8, 9 to push over as well. It's a 4 versus 3 for RXC into the top 4. A win here will put them in the top 3 and very likely into the grand final with 5 matches remaining after this.
You have to imagine that with NGE previously on the ropes, there's no way RXC messed this up. But NGE are getting a little bit more space than they probably would have liked. One of them has even made it deep inside the compound, but he's been knocked. That's a good save from Thanahan to get that. Now there's only 2 remaining. Hakai's in the same spot they've been in for the last 5 minutes. That's 1 from Vang. Maybe back on 2. not necessarily even ground. He's parachuting off the roof as well. Realizing probably the urgency of the situation with 6, 7, 8, 9 going down, I need kind of be on the front lines here. But that roof is just too powerful at this point.
Incredibly powerful, and Hakai hasn't really been able to get involved because as soon as he peeks over that ridge, he's just completely moonlighting to everyone that's on that roof. Binsu's done some work this game from that position. Once again, Vietnam's dominating the way that they did last night, now into the second night. 9 kills for RXC, and it's looking very likely to be the win as well. It is 69 points for Rapzek Esports, 11 kills plus the win. They move up into 3rd place, and they are very likely moving on to the grand finals by the end of tonight. For New Generation Esports as well, they are the stats leaders here. Kills, damage, assists, 2nd place. Massive game for them, 80 points. Absolutely locked into grand finals as well, and looking a lot better than what we saw from them in the group stage. But there is a winner, only one. It's RXC.
There's so many praises I can give for RXC. I mean, first of all, they got fed in that warehouse. They got, I don't know whether it was 9 circles, but it definitely looked like it. Either way, they get credit for not only not losing anyone that entire game, not overextending, but you saw them take the opportunities as they came. They had that great grenade presence on the road where they claimed a couple kills as well. And then, of course, towards the end of the game, obviously they don't want to overextend. They don't want to push out and lose anyone. But going to that ridge, that's what they needed to do. Sit there on that ridge, just keep 2 there, keep the presence up, have info into Unicorn Cyber and NGE as well. And then, no more than that, and they played that perfectly. And then for NGE as well, they were survivors that game, man. They were absolutely beaten and battered that whole game. They had to fight the entire east side, and they came out with, I mean, all of the highlights at the end of the game. RXC was nowhere to be seen other than the win.
Yeah, one thing that was really good for the teams in the bottom 8 at the very least was those gatekeeper teams, Armory Gaming from the future. They didn't really have a pop-off game, so that 7th and 8th spot still very much available, but the top 6 are looking very, very good. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it is our 2nd and final game of Miramar for this tournament.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but there it's on 5. They get away with this.
Hang on, this nade. We didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a battle-ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Esports claim the first chicken dinner of the night, as they actually did last night as well, Russell. So they are clean starters, fast starters for the last chance qualifiers, and we will likely see them in the grand final now as well. So really good performance from them. I know it's very easy to say, oh, but Xenox, they got hard-fed warehouse. Like, it's not that easy, right? You still got to go and get the wins. Teams can crash you, as FW Esports tried and failed.
I think FW probably took the right timing to crash RXE because there was nothing going on near FW, so they had that option to go for the winning play, but RXE was on it. They were keeping track of information, they weren't being too aggressive, they were being very calculated in their decisions. They probably could have done more earlier, but I'm not going to critique them for that because that potentially would have lost them a member, and then the late game would have been harder. So you take those 9 circles, but the sign of a good team is not letting that one slip away.
Yeah, I agree with you there. We got one more Miramars, and then obviously we continue on. And now a little shuffle of maps: Tago, Vikendi, then Erangel. What do you want to see from this Miramar? Last one for the last chance qualifiers for these teams. Anything in particular?
Dude, I don't know. I mean, obviously I want to see an island circle, but I think I just want to see... Dude, I don't know. There's so many things I want to see in a game of PUBG. But, I suppose for tonight, it's just that those bottom teams have a chance to make it close. I know I said that last night, but I'm going to be hoping for a close finish this whole time. And I think it's just important that they don't let the top 8 slip away. We want as many chances for these lower tier teams on the leaderboard right now to be able to get into that top 8. So, keeping those bottom 3 slots open or, whatever it's going to be, I think is very important.
Yeah, agree with you there. Let's go into our second game of Miramar for this evening and what will be our final game of Miramar for the last chance qualifiers. Not for the tournament, of course. We've got more Miramar in the grand finals, but it will be, you know, a bit sad if teams down in the bottom four probably don't start to get points now. Like, I'm trying to think of cutoff times when we always try and calculate the amount of points teams can get. So if you're Pixel Stars, your Arctics, your four-man bow, yeah, this is it. If you don't get points here, it's very likely you're not going to make grand final, because it's not just about getting the points, it's also about building form and momentum going into then your Tagos, your Vikendis, your Erangels, for example. Yes, there's still enough games. Like, after this one, there's 4 more after this, which is more than enough if you can go and get, say, 10 points a game from here on out. But getting points here just at least keeps you in the conversation. It's hard to be positive for your four-man bows, Arctics, and Pixel Stars if they remain around that 10-point margin with only 4 games to go, needing arguably around 60 plus. That's virtually impossible. You could put a line through them. And the same goes as well for probably PMA. Daytrade picked up a couple of points. They got the 5 points from that game. But 5 points a game tonight is not going to be enough. That's just straight facts.
Yeah, I mean, say a good game here or there is 15 points per game. That's a fantastic game. That's an insane average as well. Usually your average is probably going to be in the 8 to 10 mark if you're having, good consistent games. But as soon as they can't get, 2 15-point games in a row, then I think it's probably reasonable to cut them out before that, especially, because only so many teams are going to get in. But I think at that point, yeah, when they're 30 points away and they can't get 30 points, I think that's probably a good time to officially cut them out of the running. But yeah, I mean, look, it's not a lot of games, and it's starting to look very nervous for your AAPs and your day trades and your potentially PMAs. And I mean, FTF's up there in the discussion, so no worries for them right now, although it is quite close. And there's actually a gap being formed as well between Newhouse and Armory Gaming as well. So that's probably another massive concern for the guys below them.
Yeah, 13 points. I mean, coming into tonight, Newhouse were only 5 points away from 8th. Unicorn were 4 points away, and both of those two were able to actually pick up quite a hefty amount of points, as you can see. Ross 6 and 7, now 51, 48. So they were actually able to extend that gap for what was actually quite minor, and that's really bad news for everyone in the lobby that's not inside of the top 7, because that's bad news for Armor Gaming, FTF, etc., because that's like kind of less of a fail-safe that's there. There's only so many spots now. Like, if you're an FTF, it is now actually down to simply, can we leapfrog Armory Gaming? More so, can we leapfrog, say, Newhouse or Unicorn? Can we get into the top 6? You limit the amount of potential possibilities of getting into the top 8, and that goes for all of those teams that are currently in the bottom 8. You're just not getting as many opportunities to qualify. 5 matches remaining, including this one here on Miramar. Currently going to go have a look at the circle, and it is quite southern, very nice southern circle, so very opposite to what we just had, which was that north side, northeastern side of Miramar, much terrain and ridges. This will be a bit more field play, certainly with a couple of mountains, but mainly field play.
Yeah, potentially a Partona ending as well if we decide to go all the way south. Just putting that out there as a potential, although a lot of teams aren't currently in this circle. So everyone's going to be coming in. This is one of those zones where you can see a lot of chaos happening towards that Puerto Priso coast, just because that's an obvious wide rotate if you want to take it that way, right? It's not necessarily going to be the soft side of zone, although it is a very good way to come into the zone, put yourself up or close to, being on top of one of those mountains, and then, you'll have access to the center as well. That said, coming in from the north is very doable on this zone too. Although I think if you're coming from the north, getting to where Banana 1 is right now, towards where NGE is, it can be kind of a bottleneck, just because there's not many places you can kind of rotate from the north to go south that aren't going to be getting shot at least, phase 1, phase 2, maybe phase 3. Those spots are going to open up a little bit. But yeah, not many teams in it right now. A lot of emergency parachutes actually are probably going to be used here.
I'm not going to overhype it as well, but because the circle's off the screen a little bit down to the south, it does open up that Patrona can get hard shifted on phase 2 and then phase 3. So that is a possibility, but we're not going to overhype it the way we did yesterday with the Islands finish. It's far more unlikely with this current circle. It's more likely going to probably play around Chubacera. I think it'll, in the long run, when it's all said and done, phases 4, 5, and 6, I wouldn't be surprised those mountains just south of Chum. So we'll see how teams opt to sort of play off of this circle information that you do get phase 1. I kind of feel like Miramar, more than all the other maps, is one of the kind of maps you can really, as the better players, dictate where the circle's going to go. The really good players that understand circle philosophy can probably have a better time reading it on Miramar than any other map because of the water, because of the unplayables, the way these circles go. It becomes a little bit more predictable the way it's going to bounce and move around.
As far as I recall, it's not necessarily black and white how the circle moves either, at least not at face value. There is a lot of public information out there about how the circle operates when it comes to unplayables and water shift and what it prioritizes and what rocks go out first compared to other rocks. I know that a lot of European coaches have done fantastic work on that in the past and posted their findings on Twitter. I don't know how deep you're going to have to search for that kind of stuff. Like I said last night, I'm not really privy to that information. I haven't really looked into it, but yeah, no, you're absolutely right. These guys are going to be, or at least some of these guys, I don't know if every team, but some of them are going to be a lot more wary of the possibilities, I suppose, as to where the circle goes, and they're going to be able to put themselves in much better spots. That said, if it doesn't really pan out for them, again, you know, we talk about Miramar being kind of 50-50. If you put yourself in a spot you think it's going to go, and then it goes the complete opposite direction, then you could be potentially kind of screwed.
So just under 4 minutes until we figure out phase 2 where we go. A lot of teams taking their time. Of course, remember, pickup systems are available. Actually saw that Dan Coller took one from Lost Leonas. Didn't go too far with it, but you can use it for 2 reasons. One, obviously the rotate. 2, bit of scout and information finding. Day trade, good position currently in the circle for phase 1, but we all know phase 1, good positioning doesn't always translate into a good game. So it's not exactly hand in hand with the correlation between the two of them. Armory Gaming over towards Monte Nuevo, they'll be coming in late. FTF, Nosh. So those 3 teams that I just listed, Russell, Northside coming in late, and all of them are, of course, trying to get into the top 8.
Yeah, that's very rough. You would expect to see one of them take a emergency parachute at some point. FW looks like they're backing off this fight with DK. FW want to maintain control of the high ground, and DK, well, I don't think they want to push this either. You can do it phase 1. Not many teams are going to be around you. You can see Arctics off there to the south. Maybe they'll get involved if DK decide to put up, but it's not a fight that DK is going to want to run up that hill and take. You're at such a disadvantage going up there. You don't have any information because it's higher than you. You don't know how many people are up there. They're going to be able to just hold angles as you push up, and of course you have the potential of getting shot in the back. So it was just a little bit of a flirt from DK to see if they could get anything done onto FW. And honestly, they kind of do get something done in the fact that they push them away from those ridges that Raze is looking at right now, further up the hill, and kind of limiting the control that they have.
Spray from Bow Wow play. They push up, get close by to 4-man Bo. Goes for Raider as well. Doesn't even care about the fact that he was getting shot at. Just wanted to be aggressive, peek over the ridge, then goes for the fadeaway nade. We don't even get to see it. Cool guys don't really look at explosions. He doesn't get the knock, but Raider must have gotten hit by that nade because he got taken down to like 1 HP. He certainly wasn't that low off of the M416. Heals back up with the first aid kit, so he's good again. Raise trying to get involved, and Dahlia loses even with the M249 up close. Danahan as well gets Raise. And for 4-man Bo, this is probably their tournament done. Raptech Esports are racing home here on the last chance qualifiers of day 2. 1 man left. Rayra does well as the solo. He got the knock. He can't do anything more. 4 kills for Raptech Esports off the back of their win. And 4-man Bo are out with 4 games remaining and only 13 points. Very unlikely that they'll be able to make the top 8.
I love that so much from RXE. You look at the minimap there and you just see all of the members of RXE pushing up as a unit. Just a barrier of 4 men from Vietnam assaulting 4-man Bo. Even though 4-man Bo had that high ground, you could argue maybe they had the advantage at the start of that fight, but certainly not when RXE is putting that much pressure on you. That was clinical.
So, minute away until phase 2. Most teams inside of this phase 1 circle, outside of a handful from the future. Of course, Rapsiak taking that fight. That was over towards Lost Leonas. I don't even know how that happens with P1. Nan pushing below New House. They've already lost Alec. That happened a couple of minutes ago. And Patrick has been knocked. Archangel Predator, this is a perilous moment, Russell. 23 points, can't be affording to have another poor game, and 2 kills is not going to be enough. You can't be expecting to go 2 kills a game, and that's just, I mean, that's a rough position to push. You almost never really want to be pushing that, but Nan maybe feeling the pressure and feeling as if you had to make something happen. Timing, Alphabot couldn't even get that kill. He still can't get the kill.
No way, man.
Long K somehow gets that. Elgin Bots will be kicking himself, and for Archangel Predator as a team will be kicking themselves with how this tournament has gone.
That just looked like bad fight after bad fight.
Come on, do
Pushing
it.
up those stairs is never something you want to do, but then, damn it. NGE, actually, this is a spot they can mess up. I don't think they probably will, but it is something they can give up quite easily. That compound in the middle where FAP is right now, that is so easily breachable and fightable as well, just because it's such low ground. All of the teams around you are going to be fighting. Looks like they're going to put majority of their numbers there. I think Vang's probably in the compound that they want to 2-2 with, because that's got access to the hill. That's kind of useful. Pixel Stars, they're on the cleanup though. That fight from AAP wasn't super clean. It kind of let NHE reset a little bit, but Pixel Stars is here and they've got 4 up.
Blue Zone nade in as well. Jing with that sawn-off shotgun. We've already seen from him what he can do with that very weapon on this map.
Just trademark now.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it was a one-off. We haven't really seen him do it all that consistently. There's his own nade as well for Pixel Stars, and really does kind of maybe feel like last stand for them. For a team that is dead last, Russell, they've had some okay moments throughout this tournament of the PUBG Asia Super Cup, but they just never have been able to string it all together and be consistent and have super high impactful moments. As they are very wary, though, of this fight against Newhouse. That's a clean spray from Jing. And this is why, I mean, like, these players, even dead last, are just still really good fraggers, still really good mechanically. Daytrade's lost 1-2. Almoth was able to get a trade elsewhere. Xiaofeng, they're pushing up the stairwell because they already got that knock. Long K finished off by Xiaofeng. Jing will get the benefit, though. He'll get the kill. They get themselves tower control. Not ideal for Newhouse. Yeah, 52 points, a nice amount, 4 kills, you dirt, knock. RKS gets flashed as well, he's trying to push in. I think another one may have gone in. Doesn't matter, Capybara, they had the numbers, and there goes Newhouse Esports, but also at the same moment, elsewhere, Daytrade gone. 13th place, 1 kill, 20 points. Daytrade, an Archangel Predator, having a miserable tournament.
What do you think? 50 points in 4 games for Daytrade? You reckon that's doable?
I don't think so. I think they're done.
Yeah.
Any other team that didn't have the pedigree of Daytrade, you'd be saying their tournament is done.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't look like Daytrade have pedigree right now. I don't know what they're doing. I mean, I guess now the discussion about Erangel being a comfort pick comes into play.
Yeah,
you're kind of hoping.
I mean, mathematically, they're still only 19 points off with 4 games to go. Albeit Armory Gaming, FTF can pick up more points this game. They're still alive.
Exactly.
But it's not even about the points gap. It's just simply down to play style. It's down to the fact they're not winning fights. They're not looking comfortable inside of the server. We've seen enough games now, back in group stage, now into the last chance qualifiers. They've had enough time to find some form. It's just not clicking for them this tournament. It's going to take a dramatic shift in form for them to pull something out in the next 4 games. I'd love to see it. Don't know if it will happen. 40 seconds till phase 3. Nosh gone 2. 11 teams remain at the 13-minute mark of a Miramar game. It's a bloodbath inside of the server.
Yeah, unreal. That's what happens when you get to the last day, especially on an elimination day. Teams just start to play a little bit more ecstatic, maybe a little bit more obnoxious, maybe a little bit more crazy everywhere on the map. I mean, look, sometimes you got nothing to lose, sometimes you have a lot to lose, and it just makes it all chaos. So we're going to see stuff like this. I think for Daytrade as well, actually, just, you know, to beat the horse again from yesterday, it seemed when you see a team that's going for a lot of plays, you can kind of just note down that, okay, at least they're trying, they're sending it, they're giving it their best go. But for Daytrade, it looks like they're just kind of dying phase 1. I don't know how else to put it. That's just kind of what it seems like. It probably isn't that, but it just seems real rough.
Good zone for Unicorn Cyber to try and cement their place inside that top 6. Brownie knocked, Xiaofeng for Pixel Stars. They're getting involved a little bit this game, maybe making something of the final moments that they have in this tournament. Duckshoes, 2 HP, literally. Tambu with a jumping shotgun. What is it with these players and jumping shots? Insane. Pixel Stars, even though they got involved and the 2 kills, they're out still last place. More kills as well for the Expendables. It's a little battle at the top end as well. 83 points to 82 points for first and second.
Oh, this is the thing as well. On a day like this, where a lot of the teams, especially the ones at the top, not this game, but the ones at the top might be a little bit more inclined to play aggressive and potentially lose lives, maybe lose their entire team. A team like everyone that's not in the top 8 right now, you want to be taking advantage of those open circles. The games where there's only a few teams left, you're almost guaranteed to get placement points. FW, that's one of the teams in the top 8 right now. They're out, although they are kind of the only one other than NHE. But for a team, I'll use Day Trade as an example, a game like this, if they had just lived, just survived, and that's it, they would be one team away from placement points right now, and probably in a spot where they had a decent amount of control going into this, and a lot more options than, say, we were on day one.
Halfway through this match of Miramar, 15 minutes elapsed, a minute till phase 4. Hying trying to find some information for Don't Call It Gaming as they're looking to push forward. PMA, the ones in front of them, as Lun, he's just going to send it. Van Nai is actually in front of him, solo position at the compound. Hung Fong Du's only just made his way in at the exact same time as PMA. So long building is available, but Van Nai watching the cover, and so is Hung Fong Du. Really nicely done from NGE to defend the long building. For Hung Fong Du, he didn't overcommit, didn't start rushing, didn't try to run over to Van Nai, just held a good angle. And Van Nai again with another one to Jervis. Jervis, I think, might get stolen unless Van Nai can finish him off with an 8. And there goes P. Van Nai gets 3 or 4 for New Generation. It's another bottom 8 team eliminated for PMA. Only from the future, and Arctics are the only 2 teams left alive of the top 8 teams alive right now that are not inside of the top 8. FTF need to pick up points. And another opportunity for all these teams inside the top 8 to further expand their lead, to expand on that gap.
All right, Arctics, what have you got for us? You're in a very unique position right now. Almost center in this zone, although center is a spot no one wants to be in a zone like this. Arctics actually in a decent spot. Look, I don't want to say it. It'd be a monumental task, but this is a game where you could potentially pull that off and make that start happen. NGE, that was only 2 of them. That was only 2 of them in that compound defending. I wasn't looking at the map stream. I don't know whether the other 2 got in cars and got ready to come over and help. But I don't know if they did. It's still just clinical from the members of NGE, Hungfo Ditch and Vang there. Just insane defense. 2 each, I believe. And they had all the angles on lock. They let PMA run into their crosshairs, which in a situation like that, when you're down 2 members against the 4 of PMA, that's kind of just what you need to do.
Yeah. Arctics Gaming. This will be their last chance as well. A couple of teams have probably squandered theirs, but for Arctics, 4 up, good position. If you're going to get points, now's the time to do so here in this game of Miramar. RXE, what a night from them. 78 points. They are firmly in that top 8, no questions about it, no doubt about it. And honestly, we were talking about sort of the cutoff margins, but a lot of these bottom 8 teams, Russell, they're not exactly going out and having big nights. That high 60s, mid 60s is not looking too good for them. It's maybe looking good though for your Armory Gamings, your new houses, your unicorns, but for everyone else, that's going to be a really difficult task, because now the task is, I'm going to say it, they basically all need, at least 1 or 2 of them need 10 points a game from here on out. Oh, what's just happened there? The man's gone into the sky. I haven't seen that in a long while. Vinamilk touches the very air above him as Van Nai collects a free kill, watches the spectacle. They've clearly ran into something and has just bumped the car up into the air. What is it, 2018?
Yeah, Vinamilk must have been super low to actually get knocked out of the car there and sent flying. Otherwise, I don't think he would have just sent the car flying either way. So maybe a little bit of damage before that. But yeah, it certainly created a moment for us. And the rest of them will survive, actually. The last 2 members of DK.
What is this game right now? This is a scrim lobby in terms of the amount of teams remaining. 8 teams, 29 alive at the 18.5 minute mark as Hoang just keeps the bloodbath going. Delta Mix gone. Tade knocked out as well. He gets the double. Man knocked by Dynasty. No. What is happening inside of the server, Russell?
I don't know, man. This is not ideal for any of the teams actually wanting to qualify for the top 8.
They're all in
Armory
the top 8,
Gaming's losing them. FTF, well, all of them right now, yeah, but this is not ideal for majority of them who aren't there. Arctic seems to be the only one who've just sent it up and played PUBG this game.
They're just sitting in the compound. I mean, I guess for FTF, they're not inside of the top 8, now down to 1 player. This was a good chance for them to maybe keep in touch with said top 8. 6 points behind Armory Gaming, who have gone and collected 5 kills this game, so they've extended that gap. Remember at the start of the night, they were tied. Good shots from Shanks as he gets the head of Van Nai, can push down KDR inside of the shack. Hakai falls up the ridge here. Riz will collect that for Armory Gaming. Again, valuable points for them. As much as other teams need to get into the top 8, they need to hold them off. Good kill for Shanks. KDR's gone. Again, further compounding the gap between 8th and 9th.
I was going to say, this is really doable for Armory Gaming, now more so. NGE, Fap with his trademark MG3 at this point. but really good for Armory Gaming to capitalize on this fight here. NGE is getting shot at from not only Arctics, but teams off in the distance as well. Armory Gaming, they survived coming out of the blue in that low ditch there, and now they have a chance to get even more kills onto NGE and potentially Arctics as well, depending on whether or not Fat has an impact with that MG3 as they come pushing over this hill. He's got to be staring at that crescent there. Ook is going to be one of the first ones to do it. There's another one, and Carly and Riz is already here. Fap is having an impact in that kill feed, but I feel like this is Armory Gaming to clean it up.
Arctics are pushed out of the compound, and Juno's not really there. I don't think they've got the full lobby, so the full team inside the lobby right now, Arctics, and yeah, that's another one knocked down. Carly, Shanks, Armory cleaning up. Sure, they're only down to the 2 players now after losing Riz, but 10 kills on the game. They go to double-digit kills. 48 points, extending that gap against From the Future. It's up to 13. That is not a sight that everyone in the bottom 8 wants to see. The team in 8th having a good game, getting more points. 5 teams remaining. Don't count out Dynasty and Shanks. Dynasty is certainly the kind of player that can create, and Rapsiak Esports, by the way, I just looked at the map. They're sitting pretty in a compound again for the 2nd game in a row. Although, this time around, Unicorn Cyber getting massive map control. They've got huge zone control. Taboo knocked by a native destroy. We come over to him. Dalvin got headshot. That nade should collect him. He does. Double nade knock for destroy. And the Expendables are going to lose half their team here to the Molotov. And UNC collecting valuable points.
Half the circle isn't really even being played at this point. There's so much open space to the southwest of this circle. We have 4 teams alive, and it's phase 5. That's unreal. Again, lobbies and games
and it's still going.
where
3 teams.
3 teams phase 5. I don't know if this is some sort of record, but it's certainly ridiculous. And again, I'll make a point here. The teams that are in the bottom 8 need to take advantage of these lobbies. They can't be going out. All of them are out. It's just the top 8 now.
This could be the quickest game of Miramar I think I've ever seen if Rapsiak Esports push out of the warehouse. They're the only thing that may slow this down as the game continues. Armory Gaming are only the 2 players. They may slow it down as well. Play edge, sit on the circle. Oh, here comes Rapsiak.
There we go.
They're pushing out as well. They've hit the tractors though. A little bit of a roadblock. And Destroy getting the tax to land onto Thanahan inside of the vehicle. They're pushing over to AG.
No.
Dynasty's waiting though. This game, it's like they all want this to end as soon as they possibly can. Dynasty wins the front contact onto Vinsu. RXC have just thrown their bodies at Armory Gaming. What is happening?
Oh my god. They want to go for that record.
Unicorn's third partying. This is going to be a sub 25-minute Miramar. Someone, is this like a record? The game's over.
We're going back to 2017 APAC. This is ridiculous. Oh my god, it's actually going to happen too.
It's sub 23. It's a sub 23 Miramar. What in the hell have I just witnessed? Unicorn Cyber have won in 22 minutes and 50 seconds. That is the quickest Miramar I've ever seen, Russell.
You and me both.
What?
I don't know what to say.
Has just happened? Is that a world record?
That's quicker than a scrim. Scrims would last much longer. Much longer than that. That is quicker than the least serious form of practice. I am lost for words at this point.
I'm befuddled.
Yeah.
I'm befuddled.
I don't get it.
And it's not as if this game had to go at that pace. Plenty of space, but one thing I will say that maybe led to this, Unicorn Cyber, and they got the win. And very deservedly so. They actually played zone really well, spread out, basically played like a 4-man split where they all held sort of little corners of that massive ridge looking over the warehouse that Rapsiak were playing out of. But teams just kept sending it. Crash after crash after fight after fight. From about the 10-minute mark to the 22-minute mark, we had nothing but fights.
I actually don't, there's no analysis there. Again, I think I'll just harp on the point. In the highest tier of lobbies, if you're trying to compete for money in a $100,000 tournament and you have a game like that where the majority of the lobby is throwing themselves away, you should be the one trying to capitalize. But that end game was 3 of the top 8 teams, not 3 of the teams that need to qualify or don't have the points. The gap between 8 and 9 was extended that game, and maybe we broke a world record. I don't know how you check.
I'd love, please, I was just say, if someone could let me know on Twitter, let me know in the chat, I don't care. I've been doing this game for 6 years, Russell. I've never cast a Miramar that quick. Sub 23. Did we even get into phase 6? I don't even know.
No, we didn't.
We didn't even get phase 6.
I don't think we did. I think that was a phase 5 ending because they just threw themselves at it.
Okay.
$100,000 tournament. By the way,
Yeah.
I don't know.
We need a break. We need a break.
Yeah,
we
go
need to
away.
settle this down. What a game. Unicorn, Cyber, and a lot of the other teams that were already in the top 8 having another strong performance there on Miramar. An absolutely rapid game. We go to a break. We come back. It's Tago.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but they're at on 5. If they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade. We didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapon stealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
It's the Speed Run Championship here for PUBG. Apparently featuring 16 teams that want to get out of Miramar as fast as possible. 22-minute 50-second Miramar, which we've reached out to Crafton, by the way, Russell, to see if that indeed is a world record for a PUBG esports match. We'll get clarification later. even if it's not a world record, it's a record for us. It's a record for me.
Yes,
and I've been doing this for 6 years, never seen a faster game of Miramar. Unicorn Cyber came away with the win. Rapsiak also had another decent performance. The tail of that tape really was, again, bottom 8, unable to influence the lobby. Top 8, doing as they pleased.
Yeah, and that's, again, I said it before the break, but you have to take advantage of games like that. If everyone is going to start throwing themselves at team fights like it means absolutely nothing, which, to be honest, the top teams kind of have the luxury to do at this point, then the bottom teams should be getting to spots in zone. There's no reason they shouldn't be putting themselves in a top 8 situation, top 10 situation, close to placement points, or anything like that. They should be able to capitalize on a game like that. And none of them did. I honestly I can't even remember what the top 5 was that game. All I know is Unicorn Cyber won, and I think Armory Gaming was somewhere at the end. I'm still entirely blown away by what we just witnessed.
Yeah, certainly a very fun and quick game of Miramar. We'll go to the map schedule to remind everyone. So Miramar's done, but we're not at the end of the night. That's right, we did flip things a little bit. Erangel usually to start, this time it's to end, but we do go to Tago still next for map number 3. Can't believe we're already almost halfway through the night. It's just ticked over 10, so this is going quite quick. And especially if we keep up this kind of pacing from Miramar into Takeover Kendi, we could get to Erangel pretty quickly. All things considered, though, again, it's not good for the bottom 8. The way that tonight has shaped up, it's been further dominance as well by these Vietnamese teams, winning out matches 1 and 2 of Miramar. The top 8 continue to do top 8 things where they're just having a lot of fun with this lobby. They are starting to bridge a bit of a gap as well. I think it was Armory Gaming in 8th and now like a good couple of 13, 14 points above 9th, which they were even tied to start the night.
I was going to say, I think it's probably more than that, to be honest with you. Maybe a little bit more than that, which is disastrous for everyone else. This is probably when hot drops or, kind of crazy methods of trying to get kills come into play. Rotate camps. I'm almost guaranteeing we're going to see some rotate camps, because you look at that kill gap, or you look at that point gap, sorry, if you're a bottom 8 team right now, how the hell are we going to make that up? We're going to have to rotate camp. We're going to have to get 4 free points off the bat and then go into circle, set ourselves up nicely and see what we can do from there. Something like that, it has to be the play at this point, because the top 8's getting away from you. I don't want this to be a lobby where the top 8 is set by game 5. That'd be a worst case scenario.
Yeah, do you put emphasis then on that kind of gatekeep mentality? Those that are in 8th, maybe even 7th at this point, do you kind of look at where they're going to be dropping over the next 2 games, Tago, Vikendi, and say, okay, we don't necessarily need to hot drop, but maybe camp there rotates. Anyone?
Look at anyone. Look at anyone. Someone that is near your drop spot, and look at what their common rotate spot is. I think obviously Wrangle's going to be easier because Tago and Vikendi, you only get 1 chance there. But look at anyone near you, see what you can do, and just kind of hope that they're not looking at you thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, I look at it 2 ways, right? 1, you need the 4 points, but 2, you need the team that's in 8th to also stop getting points. So it's kind of a catch-22, right? We always talk about this at big tournaments, and usually it's more for, hey, we're trying to stop the team in 1st, for example, but in this instance, you need to get top 8. So you're kind of looking at who's in 8th. I think it's still Armory or something like that. I'm not too sure. We haven't quite looked at the leaderboard, but if you want to look at, say, how many chances have we got? Well, after Tago, you've only got 3 more maps, so you don't have that many chances. This could be the last chance to drop, camp, rotate, get kill on 8th place team, go have a big game yourself. Then it's not like you have to keep doing it, Russell. Then you're just kind of back into an area where it's like, oh, okay, now the gap's only like 10 points. Now we can go back to playing our game.
Yeah, that's kind of what they need to do. They just need to put themselves in that position. I think, though, with rotate camps, I mean, at least when you're going into them, you're a lot more confident you can pull it off, because it's such an unexpected thing, especially if they're just rotating down a road. Then you bet yourself that you're going to get those kills. You bet on your team that you're going to get those kills, and it should be pretty easy. And so I think that's probably a strategy that these guys are going to opt for. I kind of hope they do, to be honest, because not only does that give us some action, but it will hopefully make the leaderboard closer. But yeah, I agree with you. There's some, you got to temper it a little bit. You got to make sure that, okay, once we get close enough, then we have to go back to playing our own game, because if we don't play our own game and if we get a little bit too greedy on any one of these games, we could throw it away entirely.
We head to Tago for what will be our 3rd map of the Last Chance Qualifiers. A reminder for those that have missed the earlier portions of this particular tournament, we have only got 4 maps remaining here for the LCQ. This one and then the next 3, Vikendi and Erangel, which then, by the end of it, the bottom 8 are kaput, gone, eliminated. They will not be able to participate any longer. The top 8 get to go into the grand finals, which will begin, I believe, next weekend or so. And they obviously have the chance to earn quite a bit of money, 100k prize pool. And there's already 8 other teams awaiting the next 8 to come through. They made top 8 from group stage. So we go to Tago, a pretty decent playing path, and you can see the leaderboard now, 52 points. It's actually Newhouse Esport that are just 2 points below Armory Gaming, so they're pretty much neck and neck. DK in 6th, Russell, already on that 60-point precipice as well. You know, we were kind of talking about that sort of mid to high 60s maybe being cut off. It might actually end up being higher than that. Hate to say it for those that are in the bottom 8.
Yeah, it might actually be the case. Seems like the top 8 are running away with it, and you don't want to follow narratives, you know, relentlessly and adamantly, but that's kind of what it's looking like at the moment. That is a very fair playing path, though. I feel like on playing paths like this, maybe if it was, again, back in the day, this would go Northern Ireland, and it would potentially, I mean, it would end somewhere around there, I'm almost certain. But that's very fair, and I'm kind of just waiting for it to pop because, okay, there we go.
Oh, that's fun.
That is fun. We want fun.
Yeah.
Delvin's in a good spot to get some information, potentially choose what spot they want to go. I don't think this is probably a zone where you can super justify a 2-2, just because majority of it is to the southeast, although I wouldn't mind seeing them leave themselves open just in case it goes to that northwestern island. That's something I think is super viable.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you kind of look at this circle, I'm not going to lie, Southside does kind of speak to me a little bit more than the Northside island. But that doesn't...
Speaks to you.
Yeah, it does speak to me. But that doesn't make it any better, because it still means that there's not that much space for phase 1. When you kind of then say, well, then half the circle's kind of unplayable or close to it. It's not impossible that it doesn't go to the Northwest Island. Like, it's still a big enough chunk that phase 2... And we've seen these kind of circles also just center up, and in phase 2, no one wins, and then it still doesn't go north, doesn't go south. That makes it even harder. So I think on a map that already likes to see a lot of rotational fighting, and teams don't quite, you know, fully grasp the way they do on Erangel and Miramar, where to kind of sit, I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see a pretty high fragging lobby for this game of Tago early on.
No one's died yet.
Not yet, though.
No one's gone for any hot drops or any craziness yet. But yeah, it's almost a guarantee on Tago to happen early. I can even see Unicorn Cyber already taking some early shots. I think they're backing away from that, though. NGE in a good spot to, I suppose, rotate across. They're going to have access to bridges. Same with PMA, who are already rotating to the southwestern side. So it looks like they kind of want to either do that 2-2 or commit to that southwestern side. LPL_play for the map stream, just in case you can keep up when we mention it in real time. TE, though, they are the ones sitting very pretty at the moment. I actually don't know what it's like for a team to play out of Terminal. Kind of, what do you split? I actually don't know. If it was a Wrangle, I could probably tell you what the Pachinki team does. But for a Terminal team, I'm imagining they put themselves up on that northwestern hill just so they can look across, look at the bridges, look across to that northwestern island. But I don't know what else they do from there, because Terminal is kind of its own compound along with the market. But I don't know how viable or how good that split actually is.
Yeah, hard to say. So still not really much happening for this Tago. This is the most lull we've had basically since the start of that last game.
It's whiplash, man.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
Total whiplash.
Yeah, total whiplash. We probably expected this to maybe pick up a little bit. To be fair, still very early in, only inside of the first 4 minutes. Having a look at the minimap, or sorry, having a look at the map in general. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to say 5 teams on the Northwest Island. I think PMA might be going for a 2-2 split, north side, south side, and just kind of hedging their bets. Wouldn't be surprised if a couple of teams might do that. I think Nosh also kind of looking at that. Shinosuke has been able to go over to the Northwest Island. Other than that, the vast majority, Russ, are playing main island, and I think that's the right play and probably expected.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map where you're going to have more access to that northwestern island than, say, it was to go Sosnovka on Erangel. And of course, you have to remember the emergency parachutes as well. So there's a little less nerves, I suppose, involved with committing to one side or the other. I mean, in general now in PUBG Esports, I suppose, but especially on a map like Tago where there's multiple bridges, you can make that swim as well if you really have to. There's boats up to the northeast by Shipyard as well, so you got options, but I think you want to do kind of what PMA is doing, potentially what DK is looking at doing, although AAP is across the other side, and they'll know that now that Algenbots is taking the taking the tires up potentially. And yeah, kind of split it. Kind of make sure you, like you said, hedge your bets. Put 2 players in one spot just so they're ready to not only defend it if it does go that way, but also come back just as quickly.
Still no doubts, 5.5 minutes in.
I'm bored.
I'm bored. Here we go. There's something. Bow Wow play. Oh, and he gets absolutely shat on by Jing. Nicely done. And RXC lose one early, but they're in the position where they can just have fun with this lobby from here on out for the rest of the night. 85
I think
points.
they've had fun the whole time.
I think you're right there. I think basically since the last chance qual. Actually, you know what? Even in group stage, they've been having fun.
Yeah.
They just do whatever they want. Jing on the rotate. Vinsu, of course, has this intel as he did lose his teammate to these guys, so he's being wary of the way that they are playing this. Just north of Box Sun. It's going to allow them to go play the hill north in front of them. And I like this spot that Pixel Stars are actually playing. If this does go south, they're in a really good spot on this hill. Could be susceptible to RXC if they do like to push in behind them, but I think it's a decent little spot around this area. If they keep going, though, if they don't stop, they're going to go into Unicorn Cyber. And they're not stopping.
Unicorn Cyber. Oh, Unicorn Cyber's ready for it as well. 2 players on this hill defending that compound from the front line, which is exactly what they should be doing. Jing had a little bit of a highlight early on, but no more. Shut down Capybara as well. Xiao Feng and RK are on the sidelines of this. Are they even a known quantity? I don't think so. They either silenced or pulled up completely unaware to Unicorn Cyber. One's coming in the back line, though. That's Destroy. Destroy could potentially get info on him here. Yeah, no, he's down.
I think they're wiped.
RK, he's in that car. Yeah, they're potentially wiped here. Down goes RK, and the other one's just down to the low right. Xiao Feng, he wants that flush so bad, but no chance he's going to get it. Pixel Stars looking like potentially it's over at this point.
I think they just got over-aggressive because I liked the hill they were on, south of Unicorn, and they just never pulled up, scouted. And I think that was the issue for them there. They got a little bit overzealous, got a bit greedy. And especially when you look at this circle and you look at this map and you got to think about what is going on in terms of their communications to think that that's going to be available at the 7-minute mark of this game. Like, come on now, be a little bit, understanding that there's going to be a lot of teams trying to vie for these very good positions on the mainland. Just, you got that spot, top hill, just take it, scout. If you want to creep forward. But they just sent it, no info, and they got punished. And that's exactly what's going to happen because of these top teams in this lobby. As Daytrade have picked up a very valuable kill. It's do or die time for these guys from Thailand, one of the top teams. They need to have a strong performance on Tago and Vikendi going into Erangel to set them up to have a strong finish this tournament.
We'll go back to that scouting for just a second, because it's an interesting thing to note. On Erangel, usually you put yourself on high ground and you scout into the compound. But on Tago, when a team plays a compound, they are playing the high ground because the high ground's right next to it. Look at this. You can put 6, 7, 8, 9 up on that hill if you wanted to. Nissi, he's probably not going to be given a chance to get away from this. Yeah, out of it, I think 4-man foe. They're going to come back and commit. Looks like they are. They want revenge. I think they know there's only one here, but there's backup quickly arriving. And I think they see that backup as well, so they're going to back off. But yeah, look, the compounds are very close to the tree line. So I think that scouting point has been pushed back a little bit on Tago. Now, for Pixel Stars, in that situation we just saw, they'd have to put themselves a little bit further behind on that hill just to get guaranteed information on the compound that's just across the hill from them. I think that scouting point has potentially been pushed back just a little bit because of the proximity of these compounds to the hills.
From the future, one of our focus teams coming into tonight, they haven't quite been able to get going. Started the night 34 points, still only on 35. So the 1 point has been gained. The reason for that is placement points, Russell. They had one of the lowest amount of placement points coming into tonight, just 6. But they had 28 kills. They actually had the same amount of kills as your new houses. They had more than Unicorn, for example. So kills has been their strength, as it was in PCR. Tade, that nade's going to fall short because Pete's been able to rotate out of that position. Already lost Lunlun. 40 seconds away from phase 2, which is going to have a big say on this lobby in this game of Tago. North, south, center, where does it go? Either one of those options, and it's going to cause issues for certain teams. From the future, banking on this probably being mainland, but if it doesn't, they can go for a swim. They can go and play the bridge as well, the more likely scenario. But PMA are also playing said bridge, hence why those two teams just clashed momentarily.
Yeah, FTF is wanting to take a much wider approach on this and get the hell out of there. Delta Mix is going to be the initial scout. He's even going to take the bridge all the way across, potentially. I think he probably just doesn't want to get shot at. It's probably not ideal for FTF and the Delta Mix, but that might be the safest option. Just go as far as you can to the eastern side of the map and use that side to get down there. Looks like a little bit of a donut.
Yeah, mainland. I think that's just south, right? Well, we have
very far east, actually.
Yeah, so that
very far east.
that'll be mainland, but not exactly a hard south. That means that the terminal is going to be a massive point of interest in this game. Also, the good news for those that did go northwest, there weren't that many of them, so I don't imagine there's going to be a massive logjam. Oh my goodness, man.
Messed that up.
Well, there goes that vehicle. That's gone. Algebra has already been knocked as well for AAP. Not many teams around AAP, kind of looking at the map to see if they're okay in terms of teams in their vicinity. And yeah, no one at really that broken bridge. NGE were on the other side of it, but they're electing to go the long way around. I'm actually surprised to not see any pickups here. I was maybe expecting to have 1 or 2 teams opt to time the pickup system based on the Circle 2 pop, and no one did it. We saw it last night on Miramar for the Island Circle. I know this is not quite that extreme either, but it could have been something to think about for some teams, and no one elected to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of got to rely on finding it as well. I don't exactly know how common they are, whether you're going to find 1 per team on every job, but I don't think that's going to be the case. So you've got to find them as well. Maybe they just got unlucky. But also, yeah, I mean, the value of cars is very... I mean, it's valuable on every map. Maybe Tago, one of the maps where potentially more so. Day trade, very important push for them. And they had no idea Brownie was there. The substitute for tonight is knocked, though. A fantastic trade from Nuren's necessary. But TE is straight on that backup.
Yeah, Day trade just looked like a team that's just clearly not having a good run here. Even just sending it into a compound, and they're just not able to find any kind of success. Lose 2 players early, players on the flank, on the anchor, aren't able to get involved. Double knock from Tanvir onto Flash and Poochills, so it's only 1 up. And that's going to be their tournament over. 3 more maps after this, and they basically need 40 points from... Actually, they probably need 50 points. Let's be honest. Let's be realistic. Yeah. They need about 50 points from 3 games. It's not happening, and we need to stop saying or acting as if it will happen. Nuren's the solo, gets into his vehicle, sensing that there's nothing that he can really do from here. Even reposition is not going to help all that much. He needs to just get out, play rank tank, go for a solo hold. He actually just got out of dodge at the right time as well, because there's a team pushing in behind him in Newhouse Esports, who's just also picked up a freebie. U-Dirt will take that, says thank you very much on the Belmoth. Nuren's for Day Trade, they picked up 1 kill, 21 points in total throughout the LCQ, and a player Teddy is maybe going to be his demise. Nothing is going the way for Day Trade, out in second last, and they are almost out of this tournament. One of the top teams from Thailand having a disaster event. They've switched up their IGL. It's not working. Nothing is working for them. They have 3 more opportunities. The gap, though, is now 32 points and will likely be extended.
Yeah. Newhouse on the precipice, on this zone, really, on the coast, and in 8th place as well, trying to extend it. TE, that was very well played. Props to Brownie as well for not overextending. The entirety of Day Trade was there to make sure that Brownie was going to die if he was there, but sat on top of that roof. He got the one he needed to and then waited for backup. What it's done now, though, is TE had to leave Terminal, they had to leave whatever else split they had, and they had to fully commit to this compound on the north. I think that this compound is okay, but probably more so if you're where PMA is right now, on the opposite side to where TE is, because then you have access to the hill. But TE also have access to a hill. I just don't think it's as good as where PMA are if it was to go east, and I guess we're about to see. It has gone west. I can see on my map stream that DK is loving life at the moment. That's the spot that TE was in before they had to defend that compound. The market is completely open. Look at AAP. They're going to have free reign on that hill over there. They're going to be able to see the entire zone. And I guess that hill on the south as well, that's probably going to be hotly contested by FW. Unicorn Cyber's going to want to maintain control of that as well. Armory Gaming, they're just sending it straight in the center.
Yeah, terminal shift is what we're going to get here for phase number 3. A lot of fun for these teams to be able to play some close quarter fighting if that's what they want to do. You've got the fuels on the far western side too. I don't know how many would actually want to send it in there, so it kind of limits the amount of playable terrain inside of this circle for phase 3, plus there's water involved. So this is a phase 3 circle that's not going to be able to fit in 14 teams. We're going to see the chaos on the south side and likely that sort of north side. A couple have already sent it in towards terminal. Nice spray from Dimesty. We know he's capable of that. Dimesty and Riz have been amazing to watch for Armory Gaming. 55 points for them, 20 points clear of 9th is a nice healthy buffer going into the last 2 games, or sorry, last 3 games, as 4-man Bo wiped out. It's been a rough tournament for them. They won the very first game of this tournament back in the group stage, and really since then it's been all downhill. They haven't been able to find a lot of success. FW Esports, they enter terminal along with plenty of other teams, and now they take the fight to Armory Gaming. There's a solo though for RXC. He's just hiding in here. Shanahan, sorry, he peeks the window. Bernardo 1 with the P9, he gets the easy kill. RX are out, 86 points. They had some fun this game. They've already got the job done. They'll go to the grand finals, but it's a nice kill for FW. They'll happily take that, still in the 69 points. Jump up for James, find some info in through the window. And we've got 1, 2, 3, about 4 teams playing Terminal. So there's still, 8 teams that are outside of this position trying to play the terrain, trying to play the outside. Arctics actually did opt to go the fields to the west of Terminal. And above them on the hill is AAP. That's a perfect opportunity for AAP to pick up some points. Play the hill, shoot into the fields, get some kills.
Yep, absolutely. I think you're right, though. I don't know how many teams are going to send it into those fields with that knowledge. Arctics has gone for the compound, which is a much better play than having people in the field, even for info or just for the sake of control. That compound's probably the safest option. Nosh is the other one actually rotating in the blue towards AAP. And if AAP are unaware of Nosh's position right now, they're going to go sending it through the field. AAP could be caught completely off guard. Arctics might come out on top, but I think Nosh is going to opt to go straight towards market. I guess that's the thing about a terminal feed is it's not just terminal that you can send it into. That's this complex mess of buildings and industrials and crates and all that stuff. You've also got market, which is one of the worst TDM maps I've ever played, but probably in a spot like this, it will do fine for a spot to just survive for the moment. And that Nosh is going to send it into this position. Their side of it is completely free. DK has a solo here. NGE is kind of in the center of it, opting to maybe push Nosh away from them for the moment. I think NGE kind of want to control maybe the northern side, although on a circle like this, you can imagine it might end in one of these two kind of complexes here. So Nosh might have to fight their way through NGE, and I think everyone who sent it into Terminal is probably going to be a little bit happier with their decision right now.
Yeah, and the good thing about Terminal is you've got that sort of area just to the west of it you can kind of sneak into if required, but I mean that becomes a bit of a death trap late game. I just don't know if you really want to push into many terms. So Hakai though, they've got themselves a fight opportunity against Nosh. The new generation, the team top of this lobby, they're never going to back down from a fight, especially with Fab still alive. Lots of smokes have been expended by Nosh, just trying to survive, keep themselves a chance of making top 8. These are the kind of battles that they're going to have to just pull something out, get some wins against these top teams, because right now, throughout the last chance qualifiers, those that are in the top 8 have been consistently winning these kind of battles against these lower 8 teams. Nobu finally gets a chance to reprieve, to maybe fight back, and Nosh might get on the front foot here. Just the way that they're positioning, looking back towards NGE, and it kind of helps that there's been a couple of shots from Unicorn, south side on the hill, nice angle in towards the terminal, and they're actually getting a couple of shots into NGE.
Honestly, this is kind of Unicorn Cyber's whole playstyle, I feel like. Sit on the edge and just farm as many kills as you can, then come in as late as possible. I feel like we've seen them on the sidelines very, very often. Seem like they're very, very comfortable just kind of watching all the chaos unfold and then only coming in when they really need to. Market has become so much more of a hotspot than I initially thought it would be. DK has committed all of their forces from Terminal over to this spot. Never mind, they've left Vinamilk behind, but he's the only one. So they want to sit here for some reason. They want to capitalize on this. They want to get as much third party as they can, and this is a great opportunity for them to do so. FTF might be their first barrier, but NGE and Nosh are still going at it. Smokes up inside all of the markets here. It's just an absolute mess. There's so much that you have to be wary of. You really got to be accurate with where your crosshair is, because you don't want a couple stray bullets going into those things in the middle, or any crates, or any little bits of terrain, or buildings, or doors. You have to be super accurate, and it can be quite stressful, but Nosh has come out still with 4 alive. They've honestly done very well to survive here.
Yeah, and keep a focus on Newhouse late game. We don't have to go to them right now. No one's around them, north side of this circle, but they could push into the hill near AAP and be a bit of a nuisance. If they win that fight, they've got hill control, north side of this zone, looking into Terminal, a team that's currently 8th place on the leaderboard. Something to keep in mind. They're still up, they're still alive, and as they and Armory Gaming keep collecting points, it becomes a lot harder for these bottom 8 teams to get into the top 8. If you're from the future, 3 players up, can you make something happen in this game? It's not going to be easy, but you are over towards the market, couple of teams around you, fight your way up into that top 8. That's what you're going to have to do. Tade getting watched to the backside by Arctics Gaming, who, I guess, smart play. They ended up taking this compound out towards the field, so it's a little bit safer than, I guess, your typical fields to what you would see on Miramar, on Erangel. That goes south, though, and that is wonderful for Unicorn Cyber. Even FW now at the back of Terminal. Banana 1, you can see on your screen, south side circle. He can actually kind of deny Unicorn from being able to push all the way to the top of that hill. They can show presence there. It means Unicorn can't quite get full prior, but they can at least fight for it.
I think Unicorn's going to stay where they are. They know all the chaos is happening in market right now, so they're going to try capitalize on that. On the minimap, you can see them shooting at NGE on the outskirts of market as well. FW, they probably have the tallest task. They have to first defend all the teams coming out of Terminal that want to go their way, and then they have the freedom. Then they can sit next to Banana.
No one's coming out of Terminal, though. I mean, Armour Gaming are going north side. They're going north.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right.
FW is going to be pretty clean on that. South side can push hill, but other one's already there. So we'll see how it plays out. But right now, I think it will be this north side that might see a little bit more action first. Tennis been knocked below. Left alive for PMA. Does at least get the kill onto man on FTF. Eventually, though, it's Shinosuke who will finish them off. PMA out, 13th position. Just the 19-point smash shots here from Dambu with the Dragon off. One more to get the knock on T1. He can't. Now Long K's shooting a couple of shots back. That frag surely doesn't make the distance, though. It might.
Nope.
Oh, it did.
It does.
Oh, it's Duck Juice. He got one as well. Thrown in the right direction. He's in a much better position. He's got the angle that they didn't realize that he had for the Expendables. He's the last one standing, though, because U-Dirt with a nade himself got the knock onto Tanbu.
No shot, Duck Juice gets away with that. That last spray looked so desperate, but he finally finishes off. He's just stuck, no cover in the blue. He has to get this heal up. I don't know whether he's timed it correctly. Nah, not a chance. Just missed out. What an effort, though, from Duck Juice.
They can get the revives as well. This is a full revive for Newhouse. I think they'll get all three here if U-Dirt has the time. Although, never mind. They're bleeding so quick. Just the blue, I guess because blue's moving so quick. They're on that north side, so they're obviously really furthest away from circle. I'll take it all back. He had no time at all, no chance. He was able to just collect up some extra utility. They do get 3 kills from this, and they're getting closer to the top 8. It's something, and considering they're already in the top 8 with a, almost 20-point gap, they won't be too dismayed by that result. Especially going up against TE, who have been so fantastic, though. U-Dirt cannot make top 8. They go out in 10th for Newhouse. Good news, though, for your FTF, your Noshas, your AAPs. They needed that. The gatekeepers are out.
Yeah, absolutely. That 8th spot is up for grabs right now. Arctics, they put themselves in a good spot early on, but never really did anything with it. And as soon as they have to leave that spot, as soon as the circle is shifted off, well, I mean, their names come up in the kill feed, and unfortunately, not in the way they would have wanted them to. Nosh still 4 men alive. FTF as well. They've been sat here for a very long time, keeping these 2 up. Nosh has been very aware of them. There's Arctics. They went out. They tried to get to market, but couldn't get close enough. Evil Patrick goes down for AAP, which is not good. That's AAP eliminated. Never mind. So now it's just kind of Nosh and FTF with chances here to get something done.
Yeah. Unicorn Cyber, by the way, having a very, very good night tonight. Came in on 38 points. They're up to 81, leading the lobby so far tonight. The team with the 4th highest average placement of the Vietnam series at the end of last year. 4th in the end for Vietnam. So clearly a team that can compete both in terms of fragging power, but also in terms of placing. And that's what they've been able to do tonight, get themselves into the top 4. Bukadiado up close, P9, he's clean. He's got one more player left alive as well with him. He gets the knock on the Haribo. He'll take the flush. They need it. FTF need as many of the points as they can acquire. They got to 38 points, 2 kills this game, into the top 8. So at least kind of bridging that gap now to Newhouse. That's the goal. Them as well with Nosh still alive in 9th and 10th place with 3 games to go after this. But for everyone else that's out, Russell, I'm sensing it's not looking good for them because this has just been super top heavy. Every single game tonight, it's always 5 or 6 or 7 teams in the top 8 left alive in the final 8.
The top teams aren't letting up. They're not coming into, or it doesn't seem like they're coming into tonight with, just playing for fun. They're not letting up. They're playing seriously. RXE, they play basically the same way they did yesterday, so props to them. TE have looked, decent, out now, but they still look decent. Everyone's playing to a standard, which is not often what you see coming into the last day like this. This is going to give them a lot of freedom if they want to mess up another team going into the last couple games of a wrangle. But yeah, right now looking unstoppable. But still, this is a fantastic opportunity for Nosh especially. 3 men up. FTF, they're kind of on edge. You can see them falling when they have to push Nosh. You can see them falling when they have to run through the middle of market, but Nosh are in a fantastic spot enough to center where they can make it work. They can survive. If it comes down to a smoke battle out of nowhere, they probably, they don't actually have any smokes, at least on Nobu, but they can sit in and amongst all that chaos and maybe get it done with top 3 finish, and it's probably what they need to do if we're being real.
Yeah, market finish here for Tago. Does mean it's going to slow things down. Close quarter fighting, a lot of angles that need to be checked and cleared before teams can kind of push out of their positions. And a pretty healthy lobby. A couple of 3 trio teams. We've got still 3 teams as well with 4 alive. Unicorn, FW, Armory Gaming, Bob Fluke. And the rest of FW had a very up and down group stage. Been a little bit better here in the last gen's qualifiers, as James kind of just prepped himself for that run across the road. Has been able to make it. Botfluke was watching, but to be fair, tight angle, could only get so many shots out, needed to get a headshot straight away, and then there is a knock by Raze with the mortar.
Is that the first one?
That. Chu's been knocked down as well. Not sure how that has happened.
Interesting. I think that's the first mortar we've seen
tonight.
Is it all tournament? I wasn't here first night. Was there one done then?
Yeah, we saw a couple of mortars at the first night. Yeah.
Damn it. Okay. Either way, good from Raze. You know the funny thing about Unicorn Cyber? Actually, we'll see where the circle goes before that. Oh. Their name's going to pop up a little bit more often. In the Vietnam Series Fall, Unicorn Cybers, each player had 2 times more AR damage than they did DMR damage, which indicates to me they want to get up close and personal. Or it indicates to me that they're always surviving until the late game. They're always getting in AR range. But I feel like I haven't really seen them in that kind of range that often in this tournament. I feel like they're always on the sidelines. They're always at least 3 or 4 up, sitting on the edge, watching everything go down. They're often kind of alone on their side of the zone, as they have been for most of the time this game. Yep. It always looks like they're just chilling. They're just kind of vibing out and letting the circle come to them.
And you got to remember as well, they're playing with a substitute. Demon was their top fragger in the Vietnam Series of Fall. So your top fragger from the last tournament's not even in. You're playing with Chu. So they don't even have their full roster, whether that's by choice or by design, we don't obviously know, but still, it's something to keep note of, as FW feeling the pressure and the pinch currently over towards this position just outside terminal. Botfluke stays alive inside of the blue, though, and that is not going to be hurting more than that. 22 health, finally it dissipates. And his nades can hurt so much. He closes the door, which is strange because I thought he wanted to maybe throw a nade in there. Instead, throws it outside. Sixax gets himself a kill onto Dynasty as he pushed out. Really clean from him. He might try and bounce this one off the windowsill, down and out. Can he get himself a knock from it? No, he can't. He's flashed. He has to go back upstairs. Banana 1, the P90 up close is just so devastating. Has one final frag grenade. The underarm outside the window. He's primed it well. That should be good for at least one. He got good. Wonderful nade from Botfluke. Risen James taken down, and the P90 from Banana 1 solidifies the team wipe onto Armory Gaming for FW Esports.
You were waiting for one of those nades to finally come to fruition. I thought maybe he was going to throw it off the top of the windowsill or maybe kind of angle it better, but finally, I don't even know if that was intentional as it bounced off the right side and went to the left, but it was fantastic regardless. Would have done damage no matter what, and then, yep, that P90 up close, kind of the perfect weapon you want for that range. I don't think there's any better weapon in PUBG to get the job done. So, fantastic, yeah. Fantastic there. Dankower surviving. They moved all their forces here earlier on. They lost Vinimilk, actually. He was the one who was left behind. There we go, FW. They have to make this rotate. There's a bit of a gap in that smoke wall, but I don't think if there wasn't a gap, it would have been done regardless. This is good from Dankoa, though. They have to take advantage of one of these fights eventually. They have to weaken the teams around them, and NGE is their first target.
Kai trying to just jump up onto that ledge to get himself into a better position, but as soon as he did that, Dankoa got themselves the angle onto him, and he got swiftly knocked down. 4 kills for DK. North side clear of them as well, so no one pushing him behind. They can be the aggressors. Sixax, he's just clearing out all of these little shrubs and all of these little bushes and all of these little players as he gets the kill into some power. Shinosuke will collect one as well for Nosh. A very valuable and handy point for Nosh, as FTF and Nosh are pretty much the only 2 teams still looking to keep a bit of pressure onto Armory Gaming and Newhouse Esports, who are both down at the moment in 7th and 8th. So all the points that FTF and Nosh can get right now keeps themselves alive going into Vikendi and Erangel after this for the last 3 games. Shinosuke with the knock onto Raze. They need more. More is good for Nosh. They've got 4 kills and a knock. Can they collect anything else?
Yeah, they need to be really attentive to these knocks. They need to be focused on them. They kind of need to just dedicate themselves to committing to them. I think they know as well that FTF is nowhere near them. They're in a spot where they're not going to get pushed, so they can commit themselves to focusing on FW, focusing towards FTF. They can even get on these roofs as well, but maybe not now. The zone's actually not very kind to those roofs. If you were on them before, maybe you could sit on them a little bit longer and wait till the end game, but I think even then, you'd actually be spotted from the likes of FW. So I think the roofs are out of discussion at the moment. Maybe some crates later on, but for the moment, everyone's boots on the ground. FTF, I kind of feel bad for them, because if they had more numbers here, they'd be able to do so much more, but it's just who KDR with 2. They've just had to survive. They're really hoping that that smoke battle, comes to fruition, because then they're actually able to do something as two. They've got that P90 as well. Teddy, you just saw him pick up a shotgun. They're ready for it. They're waiting for it. They want this to come down to pure chaos. There's 14 alive, and it's about to be phase 9.
We had the speed run on Miramar. Not going to be the same, though, here on Tago. This is going to go down to phase 9, and the end will likely come with that as we enter it now. It's going to be that little star in the middle that everyone's going to try and get to. 14 players, 5 teams. The main focus needs to be on From the Future and Nosh. Those are the two that need to collect the points here. Let's be honest, for NGE, FW, and DK, less of a necessity on these teams respectively. Smel's got a good position though, top of the market. He can see a lot of these players as they push out, they try and get towards the center point here for this very close, tense finish. It's Tede though that gets the opening knock on the Shinosuke, and the battle now starts to commence. Up close, Bot Blue at the doorway, loses the battle with the barrel. Can you believe it? The Van Knight got the double with York. Eventually though, traded Raze. Last no, has still got Banana One. 12 kills for them. Pushing in is Banana One with the P90 to see if there's any other players in the vicinity. No, he's gone for the revive. Not even worried about the fact that that window could be his demise. Shinosuke finished off by Raze. So 2 up for Nosh, 2 up for From the Future. Smell, he can play high ground all the way to the end of this game.
Yeah. It looks like Nosh is scared of FTF as well. You can see them crossing, and then obviously Smell will get that no matter what. Raze showing his prowess as well up in the kill feed. Yeah, York's actually by FTF. Very important. Raze, can he get it done through the door? Yes, of course he can. 6 sacks to back him up. FW looking on fire right now, but we cannot forget DK. They're on the roofs. They've got position. They've creeped up very close to FW. They're kind of gatekeeping out of that building right now.
12 point is the gap for FTF between them and Newhouse, so they are very much in with a good chance. And pushing up close with the P90 is KDR against 6 sacks, gets the flush. That's another point. 12 now down to 11. DK will eventually have to play ground. They can't play high ground, maybe all the way. We'll see. Smell though, still utilizing it. Knock onto Tede. That's one more still standing there for FTF. Tede flush. Raze, can he get up onto the building? He's still onto that high ground. Hoang, he moves away though into cover. Smell out of the middle of the road. John knocked down by Botfluke. That's going to be good for them, and FTF are gone. 3rd place for them. No more points. 44 points. 11 behind Newhouse as Smell gets the kill onto Botfluke. DK looking for yet another win. Good shot from Raze. Can he get the second one again? Raze brings it to the 1 versus 1. What a solo effort, 15 kills, and now in the 1v1 against Smell. He can go for the revive. He has the time. 40 seconds in total to finish off this game. He's not even going for it. He's just getting some meds. The first aid kit, the flash goes out, 57 health.
He's sweating. He's so sweaty right now. Raze, are you serious? He actually gets it done. That looked so clean from him. 1v1 on the right, 1v1 on the left. He just gets it done. Absolutely zero pressure. That was one of the cleanest 1v3s I've seen.
18 kill win for FW Esports. Raze with a massive clutch. A 1 versus 3 at the end against the Dankoa Gaming that had so much high ground, so much space in that market to close out this game at Tago. FW with the win. They're going to the grand finals with 3 games to go. More than enough points have been accomplished for them, and for Dangoa Gaming as well, Russell, it doesn't really matter. They're going to the grand final too. They got more than enough points, but the biggest thing to come out of that game is From the Future, only 11 points behind Newhouse Esports. That is nothing. With 3 games to go, they are still in a very solid position because of the game they just had on Tago.
You know what I've realized, Jake, actually, as this tournament's gone on? Casting PUBG is pretty fun.
That can be a lot of fun.
That was a good endgame. That was a great endgame. Now, look, you got to give props to FW for surviving kind of the Nosh onslaught and, I mean, surviving it in market, for the whole time regardless. FTF as well. I suppose they didn't really have much that they could do. That's one of those games where you go, well, I imagine if we had 3 or 4 up there, that would have been a lot easier. I feel like Nosh probably couldn't capitalize on their position as much as they would have liked to. I feel like as soon as they ran in the open, it was just kind of over. As soon as their spot in that zone was out, it was just kind of their game over and done with. DK actually, with a good effort, when Hoang made that roof jump, I thought it was over. I thought he was going to have the advantage there and close it out, but he peaked, put down to like 30 HP instantly, and then from there, he had no control. They lost it all, and then Raze gets it done. Incredibly
fun game. Halfway through the night for our final night of the Last Chance qualifiers. We get a break. When we come back, it's Vikendi on the other side.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but they're at on 5. If they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade. We didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapon stealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a battle-ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
We are officially halfway through the last chance qualifiers of night 2. That means there's only 3 more games remaining. Vikendi and Erangel is all that awaits us here. And for a lot of these teams, Russell, there's really no more chances for error, especially going into Vikendi. You cannot be 40 or so points behind going into the last 2 games of Erangel. For some teams, this is it. Very much so. Last chance, do or die. We'll go and have a look at the leaderboard and really kind of pinpoint where some of these teams are kind of located. Now, looking at mainly Armory Gaming and Newhouse, they are the only 2 teams I think that are susceptible to being knocked out. DK and up, you're not catching them. Not if you're in the bottom 8 from the future of 44 points. They are most likely. Nosh are pretty much close enough that we can keep them in. But from AAP, Day Trade, PMA, those 3 need a big game of Vikendi. Otherwise, you can put a line through them.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is Armory or Newhouse to die early in the game, and then Nosh, FTF, they can have that win. It doesn't have to be an insane win, just can be a couple kills, and that's it. And that will put them up there. That'll put them close to that top 8, if not inside it off the back of a win like that. And now we kind of get to that discussion I kind of want to have. Going into a Wrangle is a comfort pick in these last 2 games. I guess not now. Maybe we can save that, actually. Going into Vikendi, again, kind of maybe 50-50 if you're one of those teams that hasn't really properly done it yet. If you haven't done that flyover and looked at every single ridge and compound and kind of analyzed the whole thing. So it still kind of has that unknown factor a little bit, but they should still be kind of confident on it.
We head to Vikendi for our 4th match of the evening. And again, very much reiterating, this is last chance territory for your Noshes, your AAPs, your PMAs, and certainly your day trades. I don't care how good you are, getting the 50 points in 2 games is not going to be happening, especially when they have struggled so far throughout the entire tournament. There's no evidence to suggest they can just flick a switch and go back to being a championship caliber team the way that we know Day Trade have been in the past. For AAP, 24 points. I mean, they're already 31 points behind Newhouse. And again, that's 31 points behind them if Newhouse was even to stay at 55 points over the next 3 games, Russell. And that's usually not going to be the case.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as a player, in your head, you go, okay, well, we only need to catch up with 31 points. But yeah, it's never really the reality. Newhouse, Armory, and everyone else around that point, you have to assume they're going to continue to get points, and that raises the stakes and raises your expectations of what you actually have to get done. Vikendi is a map where, well, I mean, you can claim a lot of kills on edge, you can claim a lot of kills on the terrains, on the hills, but you can just as easily kind of go out being one of those teams that loses the team fight. I mean, do we start crossing out some of these teams entirely at the moment with 3 games left? 30 points in 3 games is doable, but you need more than that at this point. Yeah. Yeah, it's entirely doable, but yeah, you got to think that it's super rough. For Day Trade, they're going to have some insane kind of epiphany. That's probably how I'll put it, dude. It's just going to have to be an insane epiphany from not only the players, but the IGL as well to get this done. A total change in playstyle, I think.
Yeah, sorry about that, Russell. I just knocked out a cable. All good to go. But yeah, I mean, yeah, like this is the issue is you don't obviously want to like if you go and say, okay, Day Trade can't win, and then they go and get like 2 wins or 2 really good performances, then you look silly. So I always play to the mathematics. As we get a northern circle here for Vikendi, Nosh dead center of it. Obviously, one team to kind of keep an eye on them with FTF, and more rightfully so as they are closer in nature in terms of points. To the north of that, 4-man blow. But yeah, I'm going to be honest, there are some teams you definitely can kind of look to cross up, and I will put the bottom 3 in that category. So even though you look at it like a 4MB, good spot, north side, could push down into a good position, they haven't shown us enough to suggest that they're going to be able to have like a super crazy comeback. PMA also, you know, like the fact that you look at this phase 1 circle, PMA, Nosh, not bad spots for them. Like, you got to do something with it. This is it, last chance. Otherwise, you go to Erangel, and you're still in that kind of position where you're on 20 points. Yeah, I'm sorry, but absolutely no chance.
Yeah. I never want to cross teams out based off momentum, I suppose, or caliber either. It's easy in my head to do it. I never really want to do it though, just because how many times have we seen an on paper not so good team perform incredibly well? It's entirely possible, and all you really need is a couple good circle feeds to get it done as well. Sometimes the decisions come to you, and so you can end up having multiple fantastic games in a row. Although that said, it is quite hard when you look at the bottom three, especially at the moment. You think, okay, well, just momentum-wise, caliber-wise, maybe it is kind of just a wrap for those guys, but I never want to do it mathematically, and no one should ever do it seriously, because you got to give these guys credit where you can, and you, like you said, you're going to look like an idiot, like we probably have a couple times here, if they don't, or if they do actually pull it off. So you really just got to think about it that way, I suppose.
Yep. Keeping focus here on the game of Vikendi itself. And obviously, not much really happening at the moment. That'll change soon. We've seen a lot of battles over towards Lumberyard so far in our Vikendi games this tournament. 6, 7, 8, 9 will open things out, as I've just said it, and Alec is going to be the one to lose his life. AAP cannot be affording those kind of losses. It's a big reason why they're in the position that they're in. You keep losing these players. You're never playing as a four-man. I mean, how many times have we really seen Archangel Predator as for pushing late game, having a bunch of kills, looking clean? It's just always incident after incident, unfortunately for them.
We seem to have fighting around here a lot as well, actually. I've noticed that on the Vikendi games that we've had. Seems that, well, I guess this is the second one, but in group stage as well, I believe, we had some good fighting around this area. This is a good opportunity for Tanva, or at least it was, as they were changing cars. No longer. Pixel Stars was involved, at least close to that area as well with AAP, but they haven't got involved yet. RXC, the other team, of course, in the center of that complex there as well. TE on the sidelines, I believe they were here the last time we saw action happen at this compound, but I think everyone is going to separate at the moment. Everyone wants to go completely away from everyone else and play to their strengths, I suppose, not put yourself in the middle of a massive industrial compound where you're not entirely sure of all the angles and you can be quickly sprayed down by one you were totally unaware of. Jun and the rest of DK, totally unaware of TE right now.
Yeah, that's probably Vikendi in a nutshell at times. It can be a little bit difficult to sort of ascertain as to where teams and players are going to play from. But yeah, this is smart.
Oh, you didn't see him?
Did not spot the Expendables, though. It looks a lot further and has spotted a team off into the distance, looking at the other cable car. Oh, Hongwick's gone caught. He wouldn't have known, because Jun would have gone up. I don't know if he would have said it's clear, but he also didn't get the info itself. And so the Expendables just inside of the tree line and been able to get a freebie. Jun then got taken a half. That's a bit of a shock for Dankoa Gaming. Something to kind of learn there, always just to be ready to go. Even if you've got a teammate in a certain position, you have to make sure you're clearing out your own angles. You're always going to be wary for others that are in these kind of positions that maybe didn't get cleared, and the Expendables will get one and get out of dodge, knowing that DK really had better position there. They had the better position. You still managed to steal one, then get out. We go over to PMA, though, and four-man Bo pushing on their location from the north side down to the south. Need these kills. This is the kind of fight. PMA need to get all 4 kills cleanly. Don't lose a single player. Nice pick up for Lundlund. Got the knock with the M249. A couple more over the Riches. That's where you maybe unpeak. Don't keep peeking. You're down to 15. You've got the numbers here. Just wait for the reinforcements to revive. You've already got the double knock. Yeah, play the nade. That's good. Don't have to peek this on 15 health.
He is peeking it. He doesn't care anymore. They're in 13th place. They need to win it. Raver's actually going to do the job for him, kind of, and peek over that ridge. Teddy with another one, though. Can he get it onto the second? Surely he can. Maybe change to the other side of the car or get out, commit to it either way. Raver's now running away. I believe that's more shots from PMA in the background. Iron Pete's arrived as well, but Jervis is here. Jervis is here, and he's aggressive. And Teddy on the backside, totally pincered. Rayra and the rest of four-man Bo were not, I mean, they just weren't ready for Lundlund's aggression. That was really something.
Yeah, super aggressive. Credit for Lundlund. Those are not easy shots to hit. You're peeking, you're reared, you've got multiple targets. It's very easy sometimes as well to kind of go that split down the middle. You peek over, you see two, you got to maybe shoot the first, and then you end up trying to then shoot the second. You end up not shooting either of them. How many times has that happened? So for him to be able to get those knocks, then play a little bit. He did bring it back a bit, started throwing out nades, made the right play. PMA needed that. There's 3 kills. There's 22 points. Day trade now into the bottom 4, and it just keeps PMA ever so slightly alive if they can have a good game from this position, of which I think they've got here. Early on, though, at least in for phase 1, 2 minutes till phase 2, but it's something they can kind of build on. Tanvu, Nock, Nobu, Nosh, they too need these points. This is the game for these teams to make a final stand as Darwin spots one at the back of the building, gets the tag, but Nobu gets a second onto Duchess. Expendables, as good as they've been in this tournament at fighting, this could be where they maybe lose one. Darwin couldn't win the battle either against Haribo, down to just Brownie, the super sub for the Expendables. They've gotten 2 kills, but I don't know if he's going to win this fight.
Nah, I don't think so. Nosh have access to the reses as well. They should be able to get this off without too much pressure. Maybe Brownie gets 1 res off here. It'll still be man advantage towards Nosh. Nosh just have to be so quick on take Brownie, and whoever teammate he reses as quickly as possible. It's not good enough. It's going to go to the side of the building. Brownie's resing on the backside. I didn't realize, but Haribo didn't actually get that res onto Shinosuke as quickly as I thought he would. Now they're going to trade reses, whereas Nosh had the advantage to get the res quicker than TE did before. This could be the moment they throw it away, but I don't think so. They've still got man advantage. Tanvu's healing up, shows Shinosuke. Brownie getting on the roof. This could be the change in tides that the Expendables need. Over the top, it is going to be it. Haribo goes down. Nobu, sorry. Brownie is getting it done right now for the Expendables.
He certainly is. Done a really good job. He was the solo. Could have easily lost this battle. Does get knocked by Shinosuke. Tanvu going for the revive. Shinosuke managed to stay up. Haribo has actually got a bit of time here to maybe throw a couple of smokes out to Nobu and go for the revive as well. This has been an extended battle between Nosh and the Expendables. A lot more on the line for Nosh than for TE. Good win there for Shinosuke. Had to hit that headshot and did. Still, though, Tanvu now as the solo on the roof of the building. They're all taking turns. Darwin's getting flushed. Tanvu from the roof, got the double knock, doesn't get the flushes on the backside of Shinosuke. He's on 9 HP. Will he go for the repeat? Shinosuke loses.
My God.
Tanvu with the 3-man clutch. He can get the revive into Brownie. And for Nosh, that is not a battle that they could afford to lose. Only 2 games remaining for them.
And Teddy cleans it up too. Tanvu only gets to celebrate for a split second before he's taken out, but job done. I mean, TE's winning this lobby. What more can you ask for from them? Just dealing damage to Nosh, a team on the precipice right now. Needed a fantastic game on Vikendi, and now their only chance is going to be on Erangel. Fantastically done from Tanvu there. I think that's entirely Nosh's fault. I feel like Nosh had so much more time to work with than TE. TE were on the ropes. Nosh had that res probably 5 seconds or so earlier than TE could get their own res, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it, they delayed, they allowed them to get on the roof, and then they lose it from there. I think that's just Nosh being a little bit too slow.
1 kill for FW Esports. Here in the top 3, though. He did say TE is going to win this lobby. I mean, that's not a guarantee. NGE, FW...
No. I said they are winning this lobby right now.
Right now, right, okay. I mean, they certainly can win it all when it's all said and done. It doesn't really matter. The difference between the first and the 8 means absolutely nothing. Teddy with a bit of high ground here for PMA. A big cleanup kill to finish off Tanvu and TE, but more importantly, just for the sake of getting another point on the board for PMA. 23 points in 12th at the moment. James dying out to Bow LP. I mean, this is what those teams need. They need, like, the Armory Gamings and the new houses to not pick up these points. It just gives them more of a chance. As Van Knight finished off by Flash. Spotted, though, by PMA. Obviously, Armory Gaming and New House, they're the ones to kind of watch this game. New House close by to From the Future. That's the kind of battle that FTF need to win. That's kind of like, almost like 8 points. You get the 4 for the kill, but then you stop them from getting points. And here come AAP. The hopes and dreams up in tatters in the sky. Carly couldn't get that kill. And it's actually Uka, though, that does get Algid Box. Remember, there's already 1 missing. That's another knock. It's only 1 up for AAP. A solo player and a solo chance for a team that has just not been able to click the way they have in the past in this very tournament. And that solo dropped into the smoke. Yuno just has to spray the right spot. It's easier said than done, but eventually it is indeed done. 1 stolen by Teddy, a whopping 844 meters. He steals the kill for PMA. And for AAP, they're out. 2 games to go, and they will effectively need at least 40 to 50 points. It's not happening. AAP is not going to go to the grand final.
That's the risk you take when you go for an emergency parachute on a phase like this and you just send it into a compound. You know, I mean, you got to look at the option, you know, of playing edge or maybe going for a spot you know isn't going to be taken. But then, of course, you see that spot and maybe you go, yeah, we can take that fight. We can win it. It's just the risk you take. Sometimes, I mean, you're going to beat yourself in hindsight about the other options you have. But for AAP, they were already committed. They just couldn't make it work, gotten shot out of the sky. Not much you can do when you can't fight back. And this zone has kind of gone towards an area I really enjoy seeing. It's on that massive frozen river. Except I really enjoy looking at it because that frozen river isn't just flat. It's not just like a river on any other map. It's actually got playable bunkers, playable pieces of terrain. It's like cracked in ice. You have spots like this with massive rocks inside it as well. It's just very enjoyable to see play, and I kind of want it to shift. Yeah, okay, straight there. That's perfect. Thank you, PUBG. Appreciate it.
Sometimes you do get what you want. So straight on to DK. Day trade in a good spot. PMA would be happy with this. A lot of teams, though, will push into this position. Especially that south side, I think will get very clustered as the game continues here for Vikendi in match 4. 14 minutes in. Now phase 3. Day trade. Final chance. We've already seen AAP go out. Day trade's even still just 2 points behind them. So it goes without saying. They need a big game. They also need the likes of Armory Gaming and Newhouse to succumb early in this match so that they don't collect the points. PMA 2-2 split. And they've actually got Unicorn Cyber pushing out a Naros into their direction. Not for Balmoth, on to Raze, but Day trade from their position and what we can see from PMA's angle. Day trade are kind of susceptible to these long-range fights. A lot of different teams, once they start pushing into this circle, don't be surprised if they get shot from the west side, the east side, the south side. They're going to be a little bit careful with the position that they're holding, PMA. I mean, they've got some rocks that they can look to play off of. This is actually a kind of nice little ice bowl, actually. Now, this is not too bad, but it's more when they peek up out of it. That's where it's going to be difficult.
It's very reminiscent of the plane bowls on Erangel. Kind of a similar feel where they're nice to play in the moment, but as soon as you start peeking up, you realize just how exposed you are to, I mean, the high spots inside the Sosnovka military base, and of course the massive hill to the south of it. It gives me those kind of vibes, but a little bit different. It looks a lot better than those plane bowls as well. Those plane bowls can be very difficult to play. But it's good for day trade, I suppose, for now. And you're kind of hoping that it shifts kind of northwards, I suppose, just gives them a chance. But I hope they're able to keep their vehicles safe as well, because you know from that spot, they're probably eventually going to need them unless they get incredibly hard fed. So I guess good for them. FW on the north looking towards RXE at the moment, taking out the tire because he knows that Bot Fluke is dead and he doesn't want to give that car up for RXE. Sucks when you have to let your teammate die like that, but he was dead for certain. Are actually trying to push their way into the zone. Put themselves on a little isolated hill, I suppose, in this river. FW has eyes on them. NGE to the south of RXE as well. You can see them on that hill just left of Insu right now, I believe. So they're kind of pincered. You're kind of hoping they just can find one of those bowls that they trade sitting in right now, or they could lose a couple more members.
And just ticked over halfway through match 4. PMA have been good, 5 kills, and a lot of that without P. 20 seconds away from P4. Shanks trying to get some shots out for Armory Gaming. This is just probably the kind of game where I think as the trio just kind of hold this position south side. Don't overplay. Play zone, hope for a bit of a south shift. And just collect as many points as you possibly can in a game where you're maybe not going to be able to really flex your muscles and branch out. I think Riz has been spotted there by Fat. We do got the circle pop here, and it has gone north of this south position. It's centered up still on towards day trade. FW in a good spot too, especially that compound that Sixax is holding. That's something that they will look to probably fortify. But Armory Gaming and NGE, I think this is a fight that is going to happen at some point in the near future, as you can see from Fap's perspective.
Definitely doable. Element of surprise, can't throw this away. Wouldn't take those shots if I was in the same spot. Although, Dynasty is on the right side. If Fap chooses to shoot a little bit too exposed, he'll also lose his life. Oh, just that ult look was just not far enough. He wasn't high enough on the hill to get info, but I think he would have spotted Dynasty if he was a little bit higher up. Shots taken though, and Fap misses them. Either he missed them or he was exposed. I don't know what happened, but he goes down. Dynasty will find no way he gets that flick. That's insanity. That is devastating for NGE. What a flick from Dynasty to get it. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, Kai wasn't even, well, I mean, he wasn't really at that sort of front push. And I mean, this is the issue with that fight. He couldn't even really anchor properly, couldn't support those two players playing the front contact. Pixel Stars with a bit of a bowl themselves, but this is not even inside of the circle. Armour Gaming, I think he'd actually collect some really good kill points here onto them. If they are good enough. Raze has so many targets. He got one, but then the second followed up was from Yuta. Nice little hit fire spray from Banana One. Got wiped out by Banana One. He got all 4 kills. They've got 6 now for FW Esports. House losing Neil T. Riz losing that battle to Xiao Fang. Never mind. The Hunters have been hunted by Pixel Stars. Armory Gaming, they can't afford to be losing these kind of fights. Now down to 2 players. Shanks with some good shots. He doesn't get anything, though, from it. Just a bit of damage. And they're very deep out of this zone. Blue starting to push in. Jing needs to get flushed here. All these points so valuable for Armory Gaming.
You said it was going to be chaos on the south. Well, here it is. Dynasty will get it onto Jing. A couple more players in front of him as well there. It's not like they're in fantastic spots to defend either, although that said, Dynasty goes down. Arcade gets him. So now it's just Shanks. He's got a little bit of a right angle. He can look into that dip the Pixel Stars are in right now if he wanted to, but I think he's got bigger problems. Destroy on top of that massive thing. No way he goes down here. If Destroy goes down here, I believe he's in zone right now. So that's so much potential for a power play for Unicorn Cyber. If Destroy doesn't go down, Shanks almost gets it. And PMA, they've assaulted the bottom floor of this ski lift as well. Through the windows, Jervis gets it done, but not enough. The P90 comes into play as well for Destroy. And Unicorn Cyber survive. He has to live on that roof, man. He absolutely has to stay alive.
FTF have made their way in. PMA, good game, but good games aren't going to get the job done now with only 2 matches remaining. Hudat, low ground, Teddy, I don't think he realized how close he was. He's going for the underarm flash. That's not going to really do a whole lot. He's been knocked. You need the guns out, mate. Get the bullets into the opposition. Armory Gaming out 61 points, just the 3 from this game. Delta Mix also knocked. FTF have made an absolute meal of this push into the cable cars. And now Dankoa Gaming as well coming in towards this location. Udat still is the solo for Unicorn Cyber. Did a good job at the defense. KDR just needs to run around flush, get some kills for FTF, take something into Erangel. He does get one onto Destroy, going for the revive onto Teddy, and he just stuck it. Look at that. You can barely see the red in the bottom left. Teddy should be able to get brought back up from the future. Jun's pushed over. If he's not careful, there's still 2 players there. He could lose his life, and the rest of the day, DK are not in that location. Phase 5, FTF still up into the final 8, getting some very valuable points, especially with now Armory Gaming out of the server, while NHE is still in. They're only 13 points behind AG. So good news for From the Future going into Erangel. They are still going to be a big factor in this tournament.
I don't think FTF are going to get much more from this game, though. Whether Jun is the player that takes them out or whether they have to send it into the zone, there isn't really much they can play. Daytrade are going to be an issue for them regardless. Smell goes down in the background. That's one of the DK players taken out too. KDR, they are making this push, but you can see just how open it is. There's a car here, but it's smoking. It's not ideal. Maybe they have to use it regardless. They're going to make it maybe not even to the ice before they have to get out. You can see it's not even 20% HP on that car, and Daytrade are setting up for it as well. This is a shooting gallery, and they've hit the rock. FTF, yeah, they're dead. Not a chance to get into this zone. If they'd made it any further, they would have died at the exact same team, most likely. And Jun is the one to survive, actually. He kind of gets out of there. He had a car and he's put himself in the zone. I thought Jun might overextend there, get a little bit too aggressive, too greedy onto FTF, but he's played it smart, backed off, and survived and given DK more chances.
Yeah, Daytrade as well get fed by From the Future. They need the points more than anyone else that's still inside of this game. Newhouse collecting some big points too, to not so much stay as the gatekeepers, but more so make Armory Gaming the new gatekeepers if they can overtake them and make it 61 points going into Erangel. And again, it probably does mean it's going to be into the 70 points, I think, required to stay or be in the top 8. Belmont with the knock on to Jun. Daytrade need to clean up. If there's going to be a final game, this is it. 4 players alive, Southside in the zone, 6 teams remaining. You need to probably, though, still run around, collect some kills. Blizzard for New Generation Esports just on their location. Oh, they kind of went into the Blizzard. It is moving away from them as well and away from this circle. 25 seconds until phase 6. Daytrade have made it over the boat. They can use that as a good amount of cover. DK right on top of Daytrade as well. Up close on the hill. Shot with M24 from Butchel. The first one doesn't land. The second one doesn't land either. But Nurens and Belmont get the job done against Dankoa Gaming. Valuable points for Daytrade. Slowly but surely creeping up here and maybe giving themselves the slightest of chances going into Erangel. Centers up again. probably not favoring a whole lot of teams. Maybe Arctics can play the north side coming in and a bit of high ground here. Everyone else will be on that sort of low ground position on the ice lake.
Arctics have been not much of a factor in this game at all. But I guess the team we have to focus on right now, not only is Newhouse on that precipice right now, but Daytrade. You're kind of looking at them. If any team's going to make this, I mean, iconic comeback at this point, it would be them. And they're in a good spot to do it too. That zone doesn't favor them entirely, yes. But they've got 4 up, and when you have 4 up in PUBG, it means you can play, or it means you can make whatever play you want, and you know you would have given it your absolute best shot, but it also gives you the best shot at making whatever play you want. If they wanted to wrap all the way to Arctics right now and take the fight with that lone player on the peninsula right there, they could do it. They could get it done, and they could probably take Arctic's spot just like that, in a matter of minutes if they wanted to get it done, but they don't have that info. They can't see over that peninsula right there. So they're going for the known quantity, I suppose. They're going to take on Newhouse Esports, which is lower than them, but if you're Daytrade, you have to know as well. If you peek over that ridge and look over to Newhouse Esports, you're exposed to the entire rest of the server. I would really love to see Daytrade second guess this right now and Rap West take a fight with Arctics.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, they need to make something of this game. This is not the kind of game where you can just kind of play safe, eventually look for some placement points and be happy or okay with a 10-point game. Truthfully, there's only 2 matches after this. They need a big one. They are going to send it. They're going to just try and make something of this, get into a better position. You're better off at least going for broke. Go for something. 6 sacks, gets the knock onto T1706, and that's going to kind of allow Daytrade to get away from here. Why? Because now Newhouse are not going to be as preoccupied with Daytrade. They can send it straight into Arctics. The nades as well on their push in. Pooches has got to probably watch out for their own team nades. He's maybe just gone by one. Indeed, it was okay. He didn't get caught on that right-hand side. Balmoth with the trade. Now shoots up.
Yes.
Oh, Balmoth needed that. Good headshot. That's exactly what Daytrade needed on the entry against Arctics. Flash to go out from Nurans, knowing that there's Omachi. That's a tough shot to hit. The AR of the M16 with the 6X. It may as well be a DMR at this point, and he got the knock on the Balmoth. Daytrade need the response. It came through Norans. It gets Omachi down to 12. He has to momentarily heal, and he's the last one standing for Arctics Gaming.
It was the winning play for Daytrade to make, and I'm so glad they made it fade away on that SLR little QE spam from Good Measure. Oh, that's a good nade, though, from Long K. Newhouse Esports, you can't forget them. They've run across the ice, and now I think it might be over for Daytrade. Celebrations, but only for a split second. So quick from Newhouse. Credit to them to get this done. They realized this was their only play. Nurans, he's got a 1v3 ahead of him.
Can he do it? He's got the smoke. He's got the playoff of next to win the first battle. Can't, loses it to you, Dirt. Daytrade out. Good game. 34 points. Keeps them somewhat mathematically in an okay position. 27 points. The gap with 2 games to go. Not impossible. Certainly not mathematically impossible. It's still going to take a mighty effort, and there's other external factors that need to go their way, such as NHE and AG not playing all that well in the last 2 games, but I'm going to be honest, Newhouse Esports are in a position to now win this game. They're about to skyrocket in points. 2 kills to get, plus then the win. That could really put them well into the 70s with 2 games to go. That kind of only leaves Armory Gaming as the team that has a target on their back going into Erangel.
Since a couple of zones ago, this was the winning spot. Everyone probably was looking at this. Everyone at least out of position was looking at this as the winning spot. A Newhouse, they were the last ones to assault it. Sometimes that's all you really need in PUBG. Just be the last team to arrive, show up fashionably late, and claim all the third-party kills onto the weakened teams that have been fighting for it for the last couple minutes. And you put yourself in this spot, the same spot that Newhouse Esports is in right now. They've got a couple solos to contend with, and we've seen during this last chance qualifiers and the group stage as well that solos are nothing to be messed with. They can be dangerous sometimes. A couple 1v3s that we've seen tonight. I mean, you can see it happening. It's just a matter of whether or not these solos kind of team up with each other or whether they play to get the placement, whether they go aggressive. Banana One's got the crate gear. I didn't actually see whether he had 3 gear and a 3 helm, but he's definitely got that P90. And you can credit him. You can give him a lot of hope, medium to short range with that. But Newhouse, you can't see them losing. You can't see them giving up this spot. They have the high ground as well. That's the thing. And when this circle goes, deeper, or when it gets shorter and shorter, or smaller and smaller, I don't know what I'm saying, they're still going to have the high ground, no matter what. They're the one with the high ground, no matter what. You can see that ridge in front of T1 there as well. He's going to have that later into the game. As long as they don't overextend, then it should be theirs.
Kai has been spotted. He got spotted a little while ago too. Banana One is the one who is keeping himself very stealthy and not giving his position away. 25 seconds until phase 8. Newhouse, to their credit, are really making sure they don't throw this one. They're not over pushing, not giving these solos any kind of chance. But don't be surprised if Akai ends up killing Banana One here, that then NHE may look to push out and finish this game off. Banana One, he's got no idea. The other solo's right behind him. He goes for a jump. Did he spot him through the blades of the grass? I think he might have. Yeah, he certainly did. The P90 comes out, and now Banana One's going to be pushing onto her. Guy's got high ground advantage. Good headshot. Good spot from Banana One for FW Esports. That is now NHE. Look at that minimap. They immediately just start running towards Banana One. They know they got the 3-on-1. They got high ground. Take zone. Don't allow him to get away. Play off the last sound cue. They push up. They played this well. Now they can start to sweep together, knowing it's just the one solo player for FW. So a big game from Newhouse Esports. I guess they'll go up to 71 points, Russell, after this is concluded. Indeed, they will. 71 points for Newhouse Esports going into Erangel off of the 6-kill win. That is not a sight that anyone inside of the bottom 8 wants to see. A team that was one of the gatekeeping teams going on and getting a 6-kill win. Even though we did see one of the better games from Daytrade, if not maybe their best game that we've seen from them so far here in the last chance qualifiers, it could be a case of too little too late.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. It puts them more in the discussion. You're kind of starting to hear a little bit about them.
Keeps them in it.
Keeps them in it. Definitely keeps them in it. But now it's just one spot. I mean, you can probably just say it's just one spot. It's just that 8th spot left that we're fighting for now. I think it was that's what we had in the group stage as well. There was 4 teams fighting for that one spot. So similar narratives, I suppose, going to the last chance qualifiers. But yeah, Newhouse Esports, they put themselves up there. I mean, they controlled that game well. You got to give them full credit for being as quick as they were on that push towards Daytrade when they realized that Daytrade were weak, when they realized that they were fighting in the first place. So yeah, credit to them. What a great win.
Yeah, certainly so. Obviously, a couple of storylines coming out of that one. Armory Gaming, they couldn't quite continue to bridge that gap. You saw the likes of Nosh, and obviously we saw Daytrade, and From the Future had a couple of okay things. So there's still probably 2 or 3 teams that are lingering going into Erangel. They are certainly with an outside chance. It's not as if this is as close as really the end of the group stage, Russell, but still something to fight for those teams. And for Armory Gaming, they still have destiny in their hands. Go out, have a good couple of Erangels, and you'll be more than fine. We'll go to a break. When we come back, we've still got 2 final matches of the last chance qualifiers.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but they're at on 5. If they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade. We didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, We also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in this tech-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
There is only 2 matches remaining for the last chance qualifiers here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup 2 last chances. That's it. After this, top 8 go to the grand finals to join the top 8 from the group stage. And clearly, Russell, there's not many chances because there's not that many slots really in the 8 currently available. Arguably, there's 1. It's Armory Gaming in 8th place. They are being hunted by a bunch of teams from the future. Nosh, Daytrade, they're all trying to get this team spot. 61 points. They've been good without probably being great. And a large reason for that has been those placement points. Only 17, despite having the 44 kills. That's probably what has been letting them down currently.
Yeah, hopefully the narrative that I built for them going into the first, or the group stage, sorry, remains true for them going into the last 2 games. Hopefully they don't falter, they don't let nerves get to them, no pressure or anything like that. They just keep it cool, calm and collected. They only really need to hit a certain amount of points per game on these last 2 maps, and they remain safe. And even if the teams behind them put up a decent effort, if they've got, you know, that good 8 to 9, maybe even 10 points per game, they're still in it. They've got that, you know, it's locked at that point. That said, maybe this is a different kind of beast. Maybe with elimination up for grabs, there's a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, potentially. So we head to Erangel, the greener pastures of PUBG, my favorite map, the OG, for our last 2 matches of the last chance qualifiers here for the Asia Super Cup. This is it. You don't get many other chances, and more importantly, you need to be going into the last game at least in the 10s. Any kind of 20-point gap and beyond, then you're basically needing a miracle. Anything that's like 10 to 15, yeah, doable, especially if you have like a really big pop-off game. But to be completely honest, what these teams actually need now more than anything, 2 things, Russell. If you're a day trade, for example, if you're a from the future, for example, not only do you need to have a good game here, you need Armory Gaming to essentially get a donut. You need them to get nothing here. Otherwise, if Armory Gaming go and pop off, we might be done with 1 game to go because there's just simply not enough time for the other teams to overtake and get into that top 8. The next team after AG is Newhouse on 71. And like, I mean, I guess they could have a donut here, and maybe an FTF goes and drops 20, and suddenly the narrative can shift and can change. But again, we're starting to get into that realm of like, this needs to happen and that needs to happen. That's never a good thing.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is I don't think we're going to see any hot drops for Armory Gaming. One, there's too many variables, but if you were the bottom 8 team to go and hot drop Armory Gaming, you'd be doing everyone else's work, you know, for them, essentially. You'd be taking out the same team that everyone else wants to take out. So I don't think we're going to see that. Too many variables, too much risk when you're this far behind. I think you're much better off doing what I said earlier on and going for a rotate camp or being really cheeky or doing some play that that you know no team likes you to be pulling off, or you know, some rat play, right? Just get what you can done, essentially. And I mean, yeah, olden days maybe this would go Sosnovka Island given the plane path, but I mean, it's totally random. I do want to see it because that would put us in a very interesting scenario. Okay, we haven't got that. I'm looking at it. We haven't got that, but we've got one that'll probably be equally as fun. Reminiscent to one of those group stage games, actually. But before we talk about that, Arctics, please don't start this game off with losing any more than potentially 1. I'll give you 1 because it's an SKS in a car, but no more than that. Get out of here, please.
There's that circle. Now we kind of do have to talk about it, and I think Arctics have been able to get away from that little scenario with Unicorn Cyber. That is a nasty circle to begin this game of Erangel, right down to the Milta Cliffs. You've got Nosh, though, in a good position for this. So this is their last chance, simply put. I know I keep saying it probably for the last 3 games, but the indeed last chance for them. Armory Gaming over towards Shelter. Not a bad circle for Shelter. If they get moving early, could get some good positions. You don't want to overcommit with this kind of circle, and it can just cause so much mayhem and chaos. And we already saw this in the group stage, as you kind of pointed out rightfully, Russell. And these are very difficult to predict as to where this is going to play. The amount of times we've seen this kind of come back, play over towards the Lumberyard, or like really hard shift in towards Milta Power itself, or Mini Milta, or even Milta itself, it's really difficult to kind of say, well, where should we play this? I mean, even Farm wouldn't be the worst spot to hold P1, depending on what happens P2. So really difficult to ascertain as to where this is going to go. So right now, the best thing you can do is just kind of hedge your bets. I kind of like your Lumberyards, even close by to that, to the west, sorry, to the east side. If you want to play the houses on the road outside Mini Milta, that's not too bad either. Keeping your cars safe is going to be critical. But I'm very excited for this circle to see how it plays out, to see what the teams do in what is a very critical game. This is always where it's really fun. You get this kind of circle in a do-or-die match for a lot of these teams. FTF, Nosh, Daytrade, PMA. This is last hurrah. There's no other chances after this because next game is last game, and you can't put it all down to 1 game.
You've got kind of 2 macro choices, I suppose, you can make on a circle like this. You either go and opt for a play south of the Lumberyard Hill, or you play for a fight line in towards the Lumberyard Hill. I feel like those are the 2 macro plays you have. I feel like this circle comes down to those 2 spots regardless. Either it shifts north and, you know, Armory Gaming on this hill will have a great game if they choose to sit here and they can fight through the entire hill towards the Lumberyard, down the hill, up the hill. Doesn't really matter as long as they're on the hill. Or you commit to the south. You commit to the quad compound. All these compounds, you know, like the one Teddy's sitting in right now, Mini Milta, Main Milta, you commit all the way down there. But if it shifts north, you're kind of screwed. I mean, there's such a big bottleneck. Armory Gaming is taking the bunkers. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about that spot, at least from my experience. It can be kind of dodgy. You don't really have, I mean, you've got some good sight lines, but at team can breach you from either angle. It can be quite dodgy
What
either
the
way.
hell?
What
It's
is
gone
dodgy?
backwards.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Raven's down, FW, they're just farming some kills.
Yeah, south side here, outside of Milk, the FW will happily take these as they're looking to finish first in this group for the last chance qualifiers. 110 points. They are basically in a little battle with NGE for the battle for first. Good to see for NGE that consistency has been key for them in the last chance qualifiers. We know what their best is like, and we saw that in the group stage. They just couldn't be consistent. Same with FW as well. And that's kind of what we've seen from the last chance calls with these really, what I would consider top Uber teams like FW, NGE, the Expendables. They're kind of back. They're ready to go, raring to go for the grand finals. Nosh, they need to go and get some points. 10th at the moment, 37 points, and a chance maybe for Shinosuke. 4-man bow on the move. He wants to get into a better position and then take the shots in the barrel. There's the spray. Anything to land. You get a bit lucky. Needs a bit of fortune. Now the Dragonov. These can still hit. We move over to Pixel Stars though. Then it's Armory Gaming that is taking this fight and losing this fight. There was one knock onto Jing. Capybara on top of the roof. Shanks goes prone, but not quick enough. There's only one standing for Armory Gaming in the woods. They made a ballsy play. They tried to move early and they get punished. Dynasty as the solo last one alive for Armory Gaming, the gatekeepers. And this gives hope more than anything for FTF, for Nosh, for Daytrade. They must capitalize now on this game.
Yeah, a critical lack of information, it seems like, from Armory, or a very unfortunately timed approach to that compound where Pixel Stars was also on the approach. I don't know exactly what happened there. But Armory Gaming, they use this spot as a scouting spot. I suppose that's fine. If you're going to hold down the bunkers, it's a different story. But credit to them, they were using it as a scouting spot, a leapfrog position. But that leapfrog did not, I mean, that didn't go anywhere near as close to where they wanted it to go. That was an absolute disaster for Armory. I wasn't looking at the map stream. I don't know exactly what happened. You can put it down to unfortunate timing. Either way, Dimisty's the last one up, and now he's definitely got a bunker down.
Well, they just elected to push down. They pushed out of the bunkers, tried to push down, get a little bit more.
They just wanted a better spot.
I think they just wanted a spot. I think they wanted more zone control. I think they wanted to play the houses instead of the bunker. They did that. Pixel's Stars got pushed on. They defended vigorously and well. I mean, there's only so many points now that Dynasty can get, even if he rank tanks as a solo, gets 1 or 2 kills, 1 or 2 players and points. We're talking about like 3 to 5 points max. Either way, there is now a position in the top 8 that is vulnerable going into the last game, especially if you are an FTF. An FTF win this game, they're in the top 8. That's how close they are. A Daytrade win, and they might not be in the top 8, but they're only then single digits. So there is hope for these teams yet. Even an AAP, if they go big here in a big fight at the moment against FW Esports, that's... I don't even know, where is that even happening?
Coast,
they pushed in. Built to coast, indeed. 2 kills. Algebot's opened it up. Massive, and then pushing in. Banana One and Botfluke's still there. They may look to still keep this going. Arcanes will need all the points that they can acquire and muster up.
They should.
Oh.
They should keep it going. Look at Botfluke's position.
Spray.
Good spray, but there's no chance he gets out of here alive. Not a chance in hell. AAP have him locked in. Banana One might be the one to leave. AAP, though, you can't give up knocks like this. This is just a nuisance. It's not like FW is going to leave that spot. Botfluke specifically, he's going to be locked in there forever, I'm pretty sure. Banana One is going to do his best job to cover, but it's just a nuisance. If you get knocked like that, it just delays.
He can't get out. He can't
gives
get out.
Botfluke a chance. He could. He's got that car. Maybe they should push it. Maybe that's their best play right now, but with that knock, they can't.
Here comes PMA, though, and the Expendables. Teddy up close again. They need the points, too. Nice knock with Teddy. Headshot. Darwin down. Molly inside of the building. Already lost line as well, so it's technically a 1-for-1 at the moment. Teddy out of the building.
Oh, what a madman.
Clean onto Ted move for PMA. The nade, though, back. The monotone. Now it's a 2-for-2. Jervis and IMP making the way in. Got the headshot on Brownie. He's the last one standing for PMA. They cannot go out like this, otherwise their tournament is done. Duck Juice got the knock on the Jervis. He peeks left side, spots him in the vehicle. He's making his way in. Duck Juice. Brownie got the heal off. This is the end of PMA. They're done. They're out. Last place in this game. And with only 1 game remaining, they will not be able to qualify. They would absolutely need a miracle. It's not happening. They're not a team capable of that. Nah. PMA are out.
Good effort from Teddy. Good effort from Teddy. Through that window as well, like a madman, on fire. He came through that window to get that ton. That nade was such a buzzkill. I thought he was, he was literally on fire, but I thought in terms of momentum he was as well. I thought he was going to get that done. You could tell just by the mechanics that he was on point in that. And then to just go down to that nade is devastating. But yeah, I don't see PMA doing it. Not a chance in hell, I don't think. So I guess that's the first one we officially cross off. I'm happy to do it if you are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, along with the bottom 3 as well, Russell. Let's be honest.
Yeah, true. True.
Of which Pixel Stars are in. What these teams and players can still do, though, is impact the lobby with their own play.
AAP emergency parachute.
30 seconds. Well, it's Day Trade that have got themselves the...
Day Trade.
Yeah, Day Trade.
Yeah.
Day Trade were on Sosnovka Island, or are on Sosnovka Island. Tell you what, there is also the tiniest... I have seen this shift to Novo, by the way. Not impossible.
I was on some opium last night, but relax.
I think I found a little bit at the bottom of the tank. We'll see what this circle does do, though, in terms of the way it's going to pop. 5 seconds from now, this is going to be a huge circle pop for the shape of this game. And where do we go? It's over towards Milta Power and a little bit of Lipovka, Prison, Lumberyard. I like this circle. It keeps it still fun, Russell, without it getting too chaotic. You can see the crossfire on the map there with NGE and DK. DK loses 2 through the roadblock. Not an easy spot to push through into these yellows that are vacant. But getting here was not easy, and they lost 2. They paid the price to get to the yellows.
That's so rough for DK, because they were pre-rotating, imagining that this circle would go more south than it did. They sent it straight through NGE when, in hindsight, they could have just stayed a little bit more north and played it more patiently. But they sent it thinking it was just going to go more south, and they lost 2 for it. Yeah, they get this spot, but how good is this spot going into the late game? How often do those yellows get shifted off? It's not really looking good for DK. I kind of feel bad for them because the circle kind of did them dirty a little bit there.
Yeah, probably did a couple of teams dirty, but that's just the nature of the game. That's PUBG, Russell. It happens. NHE, though, it hasn't been dirty for them on the north side. They can play Bright Rock if they want. Day Trade making their way in. This is their last hope in hell. Man with a big knock and a kill onto Boochill straight out of the air. One on top of his building as well for KDR. Big fight for FTF, but above, Flash, like the Flash, and above he gets the kill. KDR's out. FTF may have got 1, but at what cost in a game where AG is not going to get many points? It's only a 12-point gap. It's not that much. They want to get out of dodge. They're going to lose 1, but they gain the kill. Now they actually push in on the outskirts of Mini Milta. They give Day Trade the inside, and they play edge of this compound. Delta Mix and Tede on the outside, playing the fence.
There's one below them as well in Man. Man, I guess his job is just to be as silent as possible. If he's silent this whole time, then as soon as Day Trade come down, whether it's 1 member, 2 members, he can probably get one. He's making noise, though. I have to wonder whether they're hearing these footsteps. He's probably on edge right now. Clearing corners. Yeah. Made a lot of noise. He's paranoid that they're around him, that they've dropped off the roof, but all of them have stayed up so far.
No, I think he's scouting. I think he's just making sure there's no one outside. I don't think it's paranoia. I think he knows they're obviously above him, but I think he's scouting outside into Mini Milta to make sure for the rest of his team, as Nosh have sent it in as well, Bricks, and they're going to lose 2. Oki and Haribo both losing their life. It's G, it's Pixel Stars that had a big impact on this game so far. 4 kills, make it 5 kills. Flash got the knock on Command. He was making so much noise. Pushing up the stairs was Nobu. He got Capybara. 5 kills for Pixel Stars. They've had a good second last game. And they've had a couple of moments like this throughout this tournament, but just never consistent. Nice double tap or triple from Flash. And Delta Mix knocked as well. Well, from the future, they're not going to be the team to keep Armory Gaming honest, Russell. It's a 12-point gap with 1 game to go, and they have succumbed in this second last game, but it means that Day Trade are picking up valuable points.
Did they take out Man as well? They did. They did deal with Man. Oh, this is a lot easier than for Day Trade. All 3 of them left. They're mollying the spot that Teddy is. They kind of know where he's at. You're almost thinking one of these mollies is going to go over that wall. They can vault onto these crates as well and get it done onto Teddy if they wanted to. I mean, he has to, no other play. If he sits on this wall, he's dead. If he commits to Day Trade, he's probably dead. He's just got to send it to a Wizard, send it to this road dip on the left, which I don't even think is safe. The Wizard is clean, and you're just kind of hoping he's able to make it into the bottom floor or up those stairs, which in itself can be a treacherous journey once you hop out of the vehicle. But right now, looks like he's safe. Day Trade have successfully emergency parachuted into Mini Milta and taken control of it.
Oh, he couldn't make it in. Smell. Tede, as soon as he got to the front door of the Wizard Tower, Smell then gets the kill from the future. Are out on 49 points, 12 points behind the cutoff with 1 game remaining. It's not impossible. Mathematically, it's doable, but it's going to take a mighty effort. And Nosh, not exactly in a good spot either, Russell. It's kind of down to Day Trade to collect some big points in this game to make the last game quite interesting. And these teams were given a big opportunity, a big chance. I mean, there's also the long shot in AAP, still 4 players up, couple kills, but I tell you what, Armory Gaming, they might get a bit fortunate here that no one has been able to capitalize on their downfall in this second last game.
That previous circle as well allowed a lot of teams to sit on the north of this zone and just bide their time. Although there was a lot of teams doing that, so now they all kind of have to come in at the exact same time. There's only so much room on that eastern coast road. There's only so much room on the hills of that Lumberyard Hill. So a lot of teams going to fight for that northern spot. You can be certain of it. AAP, you know, if they had 10 more points, they'd be in the discussion as well because they're in a solid spot with a solid 2-2 split. And not many teams that are going to contest them on that side, but they've just been too slow to get these points. Just haven't done it, haven't picked it up enough. RXC, they're the ones that control Lumberyard right now. Dankoa, you can see this spot as well. It's almost a guarantee that this is going to get shifted off. It's such a just send it and hope for the best spot. But for Dankoa, definitely not going to work out. Vindasu Nox, they are getting assaulted by TE on that Lumberyard Hill. And you can see Arctic's approaching from the backside as well. If RXC can get this done cleanly, so I mean, same to TE, if they can get this done cleanly, then they've got to do a quick 180 to deal with Arctic, so you can tell a smell in this fight.
Smell has been eliminated. Nicely set. It is about LP holding the front contact position for Rapziak Esports. Got a bit of help at least from the background in Kobe. He did win the initial battle against Brown. He got traded though by Tamvu. Kobe has to get involved because they haven't really got the numbers here. Losing Vinasu. Bao also got flushed very quickly by Tamvu. Danahan, this is your chance with the shots on the org plus the frag. He is able to get the knock onto Tamvu for RXC. Looking to somehow end up in triple digits. It's Duckjuice last one alive for the Expendables. They've gone past triple digits. 105 for them. Underarm nade for Duckjuice. Who can knock by Fab? 25 seconds till phase 4. It has just kind of slowed off a bit. There's a nade. Oh, just closed the door on him.
Look at NGE as well, and NHE. There's so many teams around here, man. This is going to get so hectic. I would imagine TE just, I mean, it's only Duckjuice alive, but I can imagine RXE just kind of bunk it down. Arctics might also have to bunk it down. NHE, NGE, they're kind of running into each other. That's going to be a completely disconnected fight on the side of this hill. I thought they were all going to third party, but no longer. That circle is not one you'd usually see, but I'm all for it.
Yeah, we go straight over towards the Lumberyard and away from Mini Milter. Not the kind of circle that Daytrade was anticipating or hoping for. Big wrap for FW. They can go over towards that Milter Hill and then wrap in on the western side. If they do scout that out properly, they can see quite a lot from the position that they will be playing. Good shot from Danahan onto Arctics Gaming. One more back at the tree, just spotted him into the smoke, landed the tag, frag grenade, no. Yes, indeed, he thought about maybe the Groza. This will go off though. He's facing too much to the right at the tree, and he's got a bit of help from Kobe. That's the end of Arctics Gaming. One more game after this to see them as AAP just wiped out Unicorn Cyber. These are the kind of plays that they need to make to collect enough points if they go absolutely massive. They are certainly capable of it. Alec at the Rock, 6 kills now in this game. A frag grenade, 2 available. There goes 1. Here comes the second. It's some damage. Botfluke's going to go down. This is the end of FW. This is going to be a wipe. AAP got to 8 kills. They're making a late run. It's so late. Armory Gaming, 61 points. They are 29 points behind, but we're not even into placement points yet. You go and win this game. There's 10 of the 29, plus some kills. You could actually make something happen.
Absolutely. And they have so much room to work with. Almost an unfathomable amount of room to work with. They are... I mean, they're the team with undoubtedly the most space in zone, but they're also the team with probably the best spot in zone. If it goes up towards the north, I feel like it can still get kind of hectic. There's too much terrain around there and too much pressure around the north for it to be an easy win for AAP. But if they're approaching from the south, then I feel like that's a lot better spot for them. They can play that bunker. They can look up the hill. They've got terrain cover to work with. They just have to make sure their backside doesn't get assaulted. And to be fair, there's not much pressure on their backside either. It's 2 of Pixel Stars and 1 of Nosh that are their threats right now behind them. Everyone else is on this north. It's New House. It's Daytrade, who have emergency parachuted up to the north, so they got out of their sticky situation. And it's NGE. They're the only other 4 men in the lobby right now.
I tell you what, I think Archangel Predator can win this game. I think they should win this game because NGE, North side, they're going to have to fight against a couple of different teams. It will be very difficult for them to have the 4 players. I can envision from this position that AAP will end up with 4. I'm saying it's impossible that they do lose someone, but I think it's more likely that they can keep the 4 players alive, hold the south side, and eventually take a late game fight with another team with 4 players up. Can AAP make this last game interesting? Nurens and Daytrade, don't count them out either, just because they're down to a trio. U-Dirt, this is so tempting. The Trigger Discipline waits till he's completely still, but because of the heal, and U-Dirt was killing someone too while he's getting shot at by Nurens. He got the kill onto Fab. How annoying would that be? U-Dirt, and then pops the first aid kit. He's like, oh, leave me alone. I'm trying to kill MGE. Oh, and the sound shift down to AAP. They've got to win this game. Russell, they have to win this game.
They have to. It's a need. It's absolutely a need. It's a requirement if they want to get back into this lobby. Right now, though, NGE, they're with a good chance to control this entire North. You can very well see it coming down to a 4v4 between AAP and NGE, but Daytrade, they're still at NHE. You definitely cannot count out Neil T and U-Dirt. NGE, they've got a couple steps to go before they can consider winning this game or even coming second. Newhouse on recovery at this point, essentially. You can see Neil T, he kind of wants to take these fights. He's being a bit aggressive. Doesn't really care about his backside either. He's happy to expose it just a little bit to maybe get a weakening knock or flush onto NGE. Kind of necessary right now. But no, they're not going to show themselves. They don't really care anymore. NHE no longer the real threat. Jin goes down. Yeah, Pixel Star's eliminated. They're making it work.
Yeah,
four-man bow as well. They left AAP's backside entirely. They went all the way to the west side of the map. So now officially, AAP's entire back is clear.
Yeah, this is not a one-off either for Archangel Predator. They're more than capable of doing this again. This is not going to be like, oh, one and done. They can do this a second game running 100%. This was a team that top fragged PCR2, PUBG Challenger Rumble. They had the most kills, even though they only finished 4th. Placement points and wins, that's kind of been maybe the challenge for them, but there's every chance to actually win this game. Historically, though, the numbers probably say they don't maybe win this all that often, but they have to in this scenario. They're getting the kills. Kobe, did he get hit by the flames? No, he's got a smoke that's coming out, but surely they get the numbers here in terms of eyes on his location. Frag go out from Algenbot. That looks pretty good, yeah. Lands right on him. Fab, though. Catches NGE. I haven't even realized they're pushed over towards the bunkers. AAP have still got an anchor on the south side, and Algenbots has been caught. He over-pushed, they over-aggress. They don't have the full 4. They need to fall back so they can play off the anchor, play off of that Mark 12. AAP, have they maybe just thrown this? Got a little too over-aggressive because of a player in their sightline. Vanahan goes down to Fap, who then kills himself because of the nade he himself was looking to throw. As Neil T bleeds out to Flash, suddenly Daytrade on the north side don't look too shabby. And at this point, 3 players is more than enough. Like, that's no longer an excuse. Everyone's wounded except for NGE. One of those situations for Algenbots, I mean, you put it beautifully, simply. He saw a player in his sights and he tunnel visioned on that player. Was completely unaware that it was potential for someone to wrap his east, and I think that is a massive mistake. It's not getting caught off guard and it's excusable. That's a potential to happen. That should be in AAP's bombs right now. The NGE or any other team on the north could make that wrap. A fadeaway headshot and body shot to get that on Belmoth. That is kind of insane. Now it's just Nissy. Yeah, they definitely need these. They need to start showing some presence here, I think, Daytrade. If NGE are able to clean up that eastern side, they could get a lot of space in front of Daytrade and make it really hard for them to win. Oh my god. Traded. Yeah. Traded anyway. And they get the wipe, they get the kill, they can get the res. There's no one else even close to their vicinity. That'll be 3 up for Daytrade. Good position coming in late. Good placement points as well for AAP. 38 points now in total for them. Just still keeping the likes of AG honest. Good shots from Balmoth. He's been sharp over the last couple of minutes. 7 kills for Daytrade with the knock on the Van Nye. Information as well as to the whereabouts of New Generation and where they're planning over towards the bunkers, which is not inside of the circle. And it's only phase 6. 23 minutes has elapsed, and we're down to the final 4 teams. It's been a very chaotic Erangel. Yeah. Still 1 game, of course, to go after this for the last chance qualifiers for those just tuning in. Bottom 8 will be eliminated from the tournament. Top 8 will go to the grand final, along with the other 8 teams that have already qualified from the group stage. Daytrade, one of the top teams from Thailand, aiming to make a last-second run. They've done this twice. They did it back in the group stage, Russell, on their last day. They had 53 points. It all looks great as Evil Patrick gets knocked by Fap using that high ground. The trade from then does come through onto Van Nye. That's his second knock. You can see bottom left bleeding out pretty quickly. They can't just leave him there. Otherwise, he will die. There's the second knock now with the Hung Fong Du. Nan with a massive double knock for AAP. That might just change the narrative ever so slightly, and Hung Fong Du's low. Alec, though, does get knocked. Hakai catches him at the Wizzy Tower by himself. That's going to be his death. They're split. They're playing as 3 solos for AAP. 1 at the tree. Fat with a nade. They got the revive as well onto Van Knight. Where's the push from Day Trade, Ross? They need to get involved.
Yep. Get involved. And that lost member for AAP is looking a lot more painful now. Imagine they had an eyes to spot Hakai on that eastern flank. It would have been a much different story, and AAP might still be in the driving seat here. Day Trade, they're in the center. They're controlling as much as they can. I'm wondering if Kobe's going to have an impact here. Sat in the top of that Wizard Tower. Does he go for placement points? Does Nurans even push up to the top just to get some high ground? I think he is.
He's got a molly. He's got one molly if he does want to try and clear this out properly. He is being a
He's
little
not thinking
wary.
about it. He's not thinking about it.
He hasn't opened the door just yet. When he opens it, needs to be making sure he does the due diligence to check this. He doesn't check it properly. Kobe then surprises him. Nurans is going to be so upset with that. Flash looking for the trade. He's already lost Nurans though, so now it's just the duo for Day Trade Gaming. Archangel Predator eliminated, 39 points, 22 points behind AG with 1 game remaining. It does give some placement points for Day Trade. Nate doesn't make it in either from Belmoth. And NGE with the 3-man advantage now. Belmoth and Flash. Flash, one of the best players in the region, is going to have a big moment because there's still placement points, there's still kill points, there's still points in this game on offer.
I got my question answered. Kobe indeed did have an impact, a devastating one to Day Trade. NGE is on the low ground, but they're certainly in a decent position to capitalize off it. These rocks can be such a double-edged sword. If NGE were to extend all the way across to the west, then these rocks that Day Trade find themselves covered by might suddenly become obsolete. Flash is coming down here to make sure that they have kind of all their bases covered, maintain a little bit of high ground, a little bit of control, get that crate as well. That'll certainly help in the late game, especially if it's a P90 or something like that. Any crate weapon, to be honest with you. Fap's going to make that play. If Flash commits to this, if Flash goes out a little bit later, or if he hits these shots, never mind you, I was going to say, if he goes out to commit to get that kill, that's fantastic. But if he hits those shots like that, then he's got a ton of confidence to go get this done as well. Hakai's in a vehicle. Fap needs to cover right now. I guess that vehicle cover is enough. Hakai's moving up as well. They realize this is the play that NGE need to make. If they don't make this, then they could let Day Trade run away with it.
Belmoth has to heal. He got shot at. Kobe's still in that Wizzy Tower. Needs to push out eventually. 1.5 minutes here for phase 7. Belmoth at the rocks. Good position for Kobe. Van Knight stays behind. He gets shot at. Van Knight gave away his position here. Second place at least for Day Trade. Up to 47 points. Needs to land these shots. Flash. He does onto Hakai. He's down. Maybe then out. Because NGE haven't quite got the positions. Flash in the red zone in terms of his health, and he survives with the first aid kit. So no Hakai. That might make the run, and he does. The SLR with the 8 times is landing maybe onto Fab. He's able to play the trees quite well. Belmoth, 8 bullets. He was hitting some 6 shots, and he does again for Day Trade in the final moments here. With 1 game remaining after this, they're looking for the win to give themselves some kind of chance as Van Knight throws out the smokes. Another massive game from New Generation. But this moment is for Day Trade to set us up for the last game.
Fap down, win the round, Jake. Fap down, win the round. Bang's the last one. He's in smokes as well. Flash has to kind of get over here. Unless he's already got sights on this, then screw it. Stay in that spot. You're going to see Bang make the cross. The Orc Spray comes out. It's not clean at all, but it's enough pressure to put Bang on the ropes, make him closer to the blue, closer to death, closer to giving Day Trade a chance at qualifying for that top 8. Flash didn't have fire, so he's coming over. Belmoth kind of playing with fire, but not really, because he lands that headshot and puts Day Trade still in the running.
7 points. That is how much is required for them going into the last game, Russell. I cannot believe it. 7 points for Day Trade. Obviously, you have to take into account the fact that Armory Gaming themselves can still get points in that last game. No doubt about it. But for Day Trade, they've got the momentum. They've got a bit of form. With 1 game remaining for the last chance qualifiers, Day Trade have put themselves in a position. This is why we said back on Vikendi, you cannot count them out. Mathematically, historically, they are a team that can get it done. They've just gone and done it on Erangel. Basically, it's a 3-man roster for the majority of that game. Played it well, good scouting, good vision, good decision making, and almost got undone by Kobe in the Wizard Tower. Despite that, they've been able to go out and get that win. Got a bunch of kills, 7 points behind Armory Gaming with 1 game to go. All it takes is you win the last game, you could be in. Depends on what happens with AG.
Imagine imagine Day Trade didn't have that emergency parachute from Mini Milta to the top of that hill. Imagine
Yeah.
they didn't have that very, very different story. They could fight from the bottom of that hill, but probably not going to make that work. AAP would be a massive problem. But yeah, very well played from them. And composure kept. Losing one in that Wizard Tower in a moment like that can throw the team into disarray entirely.
Yep.
It didn't, though. They kept their calm and got it done.
I can't even sit down anymore. I have to stand for the rest of this one. Let's go to a break. Don't go too far. When we come back, it is the final game of the last chance qualifiers.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but they're at on 5. If they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade. We didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapon stealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle-Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Well, this is the kind of finish that we obviously want for the last chance qualifiers. At the very least, 2 or 3 teams still vying for a spot in that final 8. It's not going to be easy, though. A little bit different to the group stage, Russell, which was essentially 3 teams all on the same point, 1 spot. Armory Gaming still a team that has a target on their back, essentially. They need to basically still get nothing from this game, or a very small amount. And then the likes of Day Trade, for example, who have now put themselves in a position to challenge, will then still need to go and have a big game. There's the leaderboard as things stand. 1 final game remaining. A reminder, it's top 8 go through, bottom 8 go home. 7 points is the gap now for Day Trade. Single digits. Anytime it's single digits, it's game on. It's only 12 points as well for From the Future. So if they can go and have a big game, they're still involved. For Nosh and for AAP, both tied on 39 points. It's pretty much impossible. Like, you've got to go and have a 15-kill win, and then that's basically it. So our focus is going to be on FTF and Day Trade. Yeah. So there was and Armory Gaming as well. And Armory Gaming. I was going to say. There was that one team that a while ago to qualify one of the international events last year, it was AAP that went and sent or tried to send a 30-point win to qual for an international in the last game, and they almost did it. But I don't think they're going to do that here. Here's our focus. It's impossible. For the last game, Armory Gaming in 8th, Day Trade in 9th. It's been a good turnaround for them as we've continued on for the night. And it just gives them that hope, and there's that belief. And for a team that already has so much talent, that's been together for such a long time, that's been in these kind of situations where they need a certain amount of points, 1 game to go, final game, it's Erangel. They do their best work here as well. This is doable. And obviously, this is where questions will be asked. Do you go hot drop? Do you go camp rotate? It's 7 points. Do you just back yourself in? What happens if you get the 7 points, but Armory Gaming go and get 6 points or set 10 points? So then you got to overtake that. It's just not going to be an easy decision to make. But Russell, you've had the experience. You've been in this kind of decision making. What do you think would be best for Day Trade going up against Armory Gaming? If you look at the rotate paths on a map like Erangel, then you can put yourself in a spot confidently to camp or rotate and get it done. You can do that if you're Day Trade. You can get that done very easily and be very confident to do it, especially if you change up your drop spot. That is definitely a consideration, but I think you said it as well. If I was a player in this spot too, I would be considering the fact that we're that close that if we mess it up, then we're going to be kicking ourselves. So there's a lot of validity in just playing our own game. So that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, I mean, 7 points is probably on that precipice where you can just say, you know what, let's just back ourselves in. If we go and get a 17-point game here, then we're probably going to be in the top 8. If it were like maybe the 12 points, and this is where then you kind of bring the question over to From the Future, be the ones to go, you know what, maybe we should be the ones that actually have a go at Armory Gaming. We're 12 points behind. We will need to have a massive game if they get any points. So let's just take them out. Then there's 4 points plus them gone, and suddenly there's a chance. So do you look at maybe FTF as a team that should even contemplate it more than Day Trade? I think so. I think at this point, I mean, if you're Day Trade or FTF, you have to be looking at it. You at least have it as a consideration. If you go into the rotate pass, you do the VOD review very quickly, by the way, in between all these games, and you notice that one of them is, you know, susceptible to a camp, then maybe you heavily consider it, 90% consider it. But if it's not really ideal, if you can't get a read on what they're actually going to do, then they're close enough. Even 12 points, you're still close enough to back yourself in a good game. And remember, it's not just the start of the game. Middle of the game, you can see them in the kill feed and run over to them if you're in a good spot and get the kills that you need on them then, rather than risking it at the start. They've got options, but I think, yeah, it's super viable for them to camp or rotate right now, or just back themselves. Yeah, beyond them, I know we kind of mentioned as we're getting ready to get this game underway, do any of the other teams even contemplate it? Because when you're talking about, say, 20 points, you then absolutely would need. So I wouldn't even be surprised if you might go and see like an Archangel Predator say, you know what, screw it, let's just hot drop. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, look, we're coming down to the final game. We haven't had it the entire last chance quals or the group stage. We've got to have it eventually, at least one in a tournament like this when this is on the line. 39 points for Archangel Predator, 30 kills. So that's been, obviously a good forte for them as it was back in the PUBG Challenger Rumble. But placement points has been an issue through 11 matches, only 9 placement points. So that's less than 1 placement point a game for Archangel Predator. So you may as well then just back your strength in, go for a drop, even if it's to camp rotates, take Armory Gaming out of the equation and then go from there. So if you're Armory Gaming, then we're talking about all these other teams maybe to what they would do to AG. Does Armory Gaming think about, do we go for an alt drop? I think they're going to be in a spot
where they think that they're safe and they're probably not going to change anything up. Because remember, if they do change something up, they change a drop spot and that ends up being their undoing. That is such a mental, that's just, you're gone, right? Like, why did we change it up? Nothing even happened. No one hot dropped us. Although if it's close to their spot, maybe the plane path allows for an alt drop that they're comfortable playing. I can see them doing that. But I wouldn't be surprised if we just see Armory Gaming stick with what they've been doing.
I mean, I guess they can be a little bit wary as they do drop down to the normal spot. Look out for parachutes. It's like, hey, okay, this is something we've got to think about. Let's talk about this. What do we do if it does eventuate? Because you don't want to not talk about it, go into the game, and then you're like, oh, parachutes, what do we do? You need to have that plan ready to go. So they will obviously be discussing this as a team. It's like, okay, we're going to go to our normal drop spot, but here's what we'll do if there's parachutes. We're maybe dropping, getting vehicles. If there's parachutes, we drive away, we go here. That's the kind of communication these teams need to have.
Yeah, and it's multi-layered too. It's not just the start of the game. Again, Armory Gaming could drop their normal spot, be wary, and then completely change up their rotate path, or do a wrap when they usually send it straight through the middle. You know, they can change it up if they are wary. Again, it's just if they're confident doing it. If they're not confident doing it, then they should absolutely stick to what they're confident doing. Because again, there's the mental just destruction that would be caused if you make a play that in hindsight is completely incorrect in a moment like this, mind you. It's not a scrim where you can look at it and go, yep, we'll learn from that. I mean, you'll learn from this for certain, but it's just a lot harsher on the brain.
This is it. Final game of the last chance qualifiers of the PUBG Asia Super Cup, and it's been a super tournament to watch and to be invested in so far. Of course, a reminder that this is just LCQ. We're sending these top 8 to the grand final, baby, next week. It's going to be a lot of fun. 4 days of action. We've got basically by that point the best 16 teams in all of APAC from so many different regions. It's going to be absolutely insane. I hope everyone has been enjoying the LCQ. Hope they enjoyed the group stage, but that grand final is going to be absolutely next level for APAC. Final plane path, it's utter perfection, straight through the middle of the map, over from the west, over to the east. Everyone gets what they want. Keep an eye on Armory Gaming as they come out of the plane path. Day trade looks as if they're going to be basically out super early. They could loot up. I'm looking for AG, trying to see where they are. I think they're still actually not even out, unless I'm blind. Tell me if I'm blind. They're out.
Cars by the intersection, next to shelter.
Yeah, I'm
alone
just blind.
That's all right. You get.
Oh, yeah, they're red. I don't know why I was looking for them to be grey, but yeah, they're red. They're out through shelter, and they looted shelter last game as well, Russell, for confirmation as to where they're kind of dropping. No parachutes near them either, so no one has elected to basically screw around with Armory Gaming. They're 61 points. So far is good enough for top 8. Will it be by the end of this game?
FTF and Nosh, they're fighting at the hospital right now, just south of Georgia Pole. And if FTF thought they had any chance, they have to win this hot drop. Absolutely. They've already got one knock, but they've traded it back. And I believe Nosh has lost one as well. That AK should be good close range, but that is rapid so quick on that. And another one. No way. FTF, I think their chances are over and done. Who KDR? He's the last one up with a shotgun.
Wait. Look how low he is. He got him so low, 1 HP. Had he got that kill, he could have got all 3 reses and they would have got all 4 kills. Goes for the revive. And they're on the roofs as well. I don't know if Nobu's going to be able to come back around and get the kills here. Got the revive onto man on the stairwell. Still 2 more shots available in the S1. KDR reloads. Nobu wants to push up. 4 bullets. Don't waste these. Go for revives. Don't have to rush. Delta Mix is low. KDR, can he get the kill? He can from the future. All 4 kills onto Nosh, and the dream start in the final game. 53 points, almost level with Day Trade. 8 points behind Armory Gaming.
The pressure that had to have been on KDR right there. Last up, shotgun, bullets dwindling, by the way, and you're in a 1v1 on the stairs. With a shotgun like that, you usually only get 1 chance to hit the spray with the buckshot, and that's it. You're done. After that, you can guarantee the barrel is going to rip you apart, but he gets it done. He had a revive on there as well to back him up, so I think he would have been traded regardless. But man, that was nervous for me just watching that. With FTF being so close to the cusp of that 8th place spot, if they lost that, yeah, that's just not good.
Eastern Circle for phase number 1 here for the final game of the last chance qualifiers from the future, picking up 4 kill points, 4 massive kill points. So from 12 points required, then now only 8 here in the last game. So 2 teams single digits away from that top 8. It is doable. Pressure will be on Armory Gaming. Russell, who would have seen that kill feed?
Yep. Absolutely. Unicorn Cyber's close to FTF. They heard that fighting as well. Have to wonder whether they're going to get involved. Armory Gaming, let me look at the map stream. I mean, they're dead center, or not dead center, but they're in one of those central spots that you want, absolutely. The thing is about this spot, you look at Dynasty, you look at James, you look at Riz, and you go, that is a good spread. They're all looting it right now, but if they keep this spread up, if they stay 1-1-1, 1 or 1-1-2 or something like that, it could be very risky. Shanks, even in that ball over there, that iconic road ball over there, if he stays there and gets breached, it's over, but he's not. He's coming, they're grouping up, they should do a 2-2 of some sorts with Trophy, whatever you want to call this, Bunny as we do in Australia.
Bunnings, mate. Bunnings, always.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Bunny. All right, we'll leave it there. And that other compound that they're in. They should do a 2-2 of some sorts, maybe a 3-1 and have one backup plans. But in a situation like this, cars are ready. Just make sure you keep 4 up. It doesn't matter if you lose a priority compound, just keep 4 alive.
Day trade over towards Primorsk, long way away from where this circle is. Hopefully for their sake, they can get the emergency pickup. We go over to Newhouse and we go over to Rapzek Esports. Not really a fight that's going to have much say in terms of top 8. Both of these two teams are more than AOK. Rapzek, though, wanting to probably get one over their sister team from the Vietnamese region as Long K loses the battle to Vinsu, who's been a tremendous substitute for Rapzek Esports. One spotted outside. Those are some good shots though from Yuta. How clean has he been in some of these battles? But T1706, he got one, then traded again by Thanahan. So RXC winning this battle against NHE as they want to maybe finish their night early. Yuta went bolt in. That was a little bit unnecessary, if you will, and Neil T the solo now for Newhouse Esports.
Yeah, unlucky timing there, maybe unnecessary too. Thanahan's been a highlight, by the way. From that Tago game yesterday, throughout the day today, he's just shown a lot of prowess and a lot of confidence. You can see when a PUBG player is confident, and Thanahan is that player for me right now.
Oh my god, Obs, there's a day trade player that's in some trouble. Maybe against Arctics. Don't be surprised if you see this up in the kill feed. He might be in a world of hurt.
I'm looking at that. All the way down to the southeast by Primorsk in Quarry.
I don't know which player it is. I haven't got my glasses on right now, but yeah, I did see some shots, and I think he's been knocked. Has he already been knocked? He has.
Yes, he has. Yep.
They need to try and salvage this, and I'm going to be completely honest too. Once they see in its Arctics, they should back themselves into then win that fight. Valuable points. So that's a fight that's going to have such a big ramification here in this final match. Carly got taken low. Uka's been knocked by Puchios on the drive-by. That's a pretty good start for this little reinforcement for Day Trade in such a pivotal moment of this final game. Arctics Gaming, the team in second last, can have such a huge impact on this leaderboard in this lobby. Shots landing from Yuno with the SLR. Clean, but he couldn't get any more onto Belmont, who drives away in the Dacia. Holding up onto the hill. Flash, has he been recovered? Have they been able to get him out of here? I'm not too sure. I don't think so. Making the drive over is Belmont. I don't think there's anyone from Arctics that can get the flush. He should be safe. That's a safe res, as long as he doesn't run him over, of which he does not.
I was thinking that was going to happen too. Yeah, no, he should be raised 100%. I'm watching. He's the only one close that nade. That could be good. Please don't do it. Please don't do it. Oh my god. Meters, inches, centimeters away. And another one to follow it up, but it's too late. Belmoth already on the defense. Flash has been recovered. Nurans, there's trees in the way. I don't think he can cover to the best of his ability. Right now, though, Day Trade need to back up Pooches. He's all on his own, and Arctics, that's the front line right now.
Yeah, by the way, PMA just dove into Armory Gaming, gave them 4 kills, so that's 65 points. And Belmoth with a double onto Yuno and Carly. They have somehow salvaged this. It's not over yet. Omichi's still alive for Arctics, but they know where he is. Recall that nade that he thrown not too long ago from inside a quarry, so they can hunt him down if they wish. Points unneeded. They would have seen in the kill feed that 4 kills just went the way of Armory Gaming, of which they didn't lose anyone for it. So that has increased that gap. That means everything that Day Trade and FTF have done now is for naught. And this was the issue. As we were discussing in the pre-show, Russell, if you don't camp rotates, if you don't go after them, they can have a big game, and that makes life difficult.
Yeah, exactly. And Smart, I'm going to say Smart, if Day Trade leave, if they stick around to fight just a solo and give up circle positioning, that'll surely be their undoing. In a zone like this.
What is CK doing over towards South Gatka?
I think they heard the fight in the kill feed and they thought maybe they could get some third party, but there hasn't been any action for a couple minutes now, so I'm thinking they're just second guessing themselves and now they're getting out of here. I don't think they're intent on camping this. At least it would be hard to camp a spot like this. You don't really know where they're about to leave from. Finally, Day Trader getting out of here, by the way, as soon as the blue arrives. Yeah, better late than never, I suppose.
Wait, what's Flash doing though? What's going on here? He's disconnected. He's out, he's disconnected!
No, bro.
Oh no! Wait, they can knock him and then... Can they knock him and then put him in the car?
They can, but he's not... there's no boost. He's not going to be able to boost himself. He'll be in the blue.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Oh my.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God. It's not often that we get to see a player get back in. I thought the worst. So no wonder they were sticking around, Russell. It wasn't. Oh,
That's the driver. That's the driver, I think.
Endurance. Flash immediately out, throws the smoke. Fortunately, he's back into the game. Is Belmont still here? He is with the SLR. He can provide some cover if Omichi pushes over. They're deep. It's only phase one blue, so it's not the worst result here. If you are fighting this, KDR, he's eliminated. Deltonix knocked by Unicorn Cyber. All these teams trying to get into the top 8 are fighting early. They can't do anything for Delta. It's down to Tede, and man, I don't even know if they get away. They do, just barely. No! Tede knocked by Chu. From the future's time, maybe up here in the Asia Super Cup, down to the solo man, quite literally, but needing to do so much as said solo, it's virtually impossible, and it's essentially now down to Day Trade to maybe overtake Armory Gaming.
Oh my God. I feel like this is FTF's narrative throughout the entire tournament. Losing members early and never, ever giving yourself a chance. Yeah, please don't, please don't, please. Okay, good. Get out of here now. That's you surviving, getting away, not scot-free. You've taken a lot of armor damage, but you probably should have lost one here. Flash, if Arctics was maybe quicker on that push, then Day Trade lose 100%. Flash as well. They're losing Flash in a game like this. Not ideal, but they've done it. They've survived. DK are sitting in blue as well. They are intentionally camping that road, looking for Day Trade to rotate, but I think Day Trade are going a little bit more north, and I guarantee you DK are going to get bored. One's already in their car. There's no point following this. No point in following this at all for DK. Go play their own game. They're safe, but for Day Trade, luckily, Omochi doesn't get any more than just a knock.
Look at that circle shift, though, phase 2. Kind of changes the narrative a little bit, especially for Armory Gaming, who are playing center P1 over towards Shelter. Shifts away from them. Their spot's no longer really any valuable. They have to basically now play with everyone else, right? And in and amongst the action. Could they get a little nervous in this fight? I mean, they had the good start defending PMA, who crashed it into them. They dealt with them pretty comfortably. They'll be playing maybe around the edge, judging by the position they're in here for P2. Look at Day Trade over towards Gaka, so deep in the blue, making their way in. I wonder if they go past like loot delivery and then eventually all the way up towards the north side. They could then wrap north Yazzie Pond if they want. That is something that they could actually look to play off of, like South Stalba. We'll see. There's so many options that they can do. I don't know if they're going to go maybe that far north. They could just still go through Watertown, but depends on how safe they want to play this.
Yeah, exactly. And as you would expect in a zone like this, the bowls are going to be very popular. Brownie gets away with his life, to be honest with you, escaping from those yellows. NGE four-man ball very close by. Almost knocked himself out to that tree, but he survives. Does he lose a car for it?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, going to be a little bit scolded for that, but maybe it won't come.
They will go loot delivery. They're playing ultra safe here, Day Trade.
I would expect it. I mean, when you're coming in this late, you have no info. No info whatsoever. Not even kill feed info. That's 1K limited. You have nothing to go off. So you have to go high ground in the blue, go towards LD or something you know is going to be free, and get as much info as you can. But even then, you're playing off very limited info. You haven't been in that area for the last 10 minutes. You have no idea what's going on. You could kill the team that's in front of you as step 1, but then step 2, you might not even realize that there's another team close by because you don't have that information. So for Day Trade, yeah, they're doing something safe right now, but it could still go badly.
I'm watching Omichi, by the way. He's just coming out of Gatka Fields as well. So on the map stream, LPL_play, Day Trade deep blue, Archangel Predator. I mean, they're just too far away. They're just too far away, I think, to really give them much hope now, especially with Armory Gaming picking up 4 kills. They're still alive, 4 players up. They're actually about to maybe be fighting Pixel Stars down south, just kind of outskirts towards Bunnings area. And if they do that, I mean, Pixel Stars is a hit and a miss. Sometimes they can look amazing in these team fights and they're switched on. Other times they just kind of fold like a deck of cards. 4 kills for AG. That was, of course, PMA. And Riz has spotted FW playing over towards Sky Garden. Not good news for Armory Gaming to see that and to think, okay, well, there's one mansion, there's one Sky Garden. We can't really push into those, so they've scouted that out. Where do we go?
Yeah, look, I think Armory, if they get a central or southern shift here, they're fine. In their spot, their entire intention here, at least from what I'm imagining, is let everyone go in front of them. If people pull up on that hill in front of them or in that shack just left of that hill in front of them, Armory Gaming is going to have a shooting gallery. It's kind of their intention, I think, to let teams go in front because then they have the info and they have a decent spot to assault from, and the teams in front of them aren't going to have that much cover. So I kind of actually like Armory Gaming's play here. Just keep a barrier on that southern side, get all the info you can, play it slow on the edge.
Here we go. go. Zone shift, day trade, Yazzie Pond. Do they get a circle? It does kind of center up. That's actually not awful for day trade, because you know what they can probably do, Russell, is hug the pond all the way to the yellows.
Yeah,
if they want to play then towards Yaz, and then you can also play the western side of this circle. It's not awful. And then you can kind of push down looking in towards where like RXE are, Unicorn Cyber. I mean, if they have to go into Yaz9, that's never a good sign. It's really difficult to win probably from that location. Armory Gaming have also just popped themselves an emergency pickup system, as Smell's going to be the benefactor by getting the kill onto Omichi. That's the end of Arctics Gaming from the Japan Championship. Well, they got something. It probably wasn't the thing that they were looking for. Yeah. The question will be, where does Armory Gaming go? And Daytrade has popped their own pickup system. They could clash in the air.
Potentially. Do they make it in all safe and sound? Looks like they do.
Not literally, but you know, bit of fun, bit of jester there.
Oh yeah, of course.
It doesn't look like Armory Gaming took theirs though. They've elected to not take it, and I think maybe. Oh, actually, sorry. What they did was the old classic: just send one up, get a bit of information. I think he wanted to kind of see how is the Yasnaya Fields being played, and then he's come straight back down because he's getting shot at by the Expendables. So I didn't get much from it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what Armory Gaming were probably looking to do this whole time anyway, because they've got such a solid south play. I think that circle's a bit more rough. It makes their play a little bit hard.
Dankoa Gaming are pushing right in towards Day Trade. We're going to be getting that very, very shortly here. Over towards the pickup system. God. They have been hunting down Day Trade all game long. Hoang, look at them go. The sprays. I mean, that's very ambitious, but hey, anything. If they get a knock, it's a kill. But Dankoa Gaming, they are basically hunting down Day Trade. They're doing everything possible to hunt these guys down. From the start of the game at Quarry, camping rotates, hunting down the pickup. They're going to see where they drop and look for them. And Day Trade are opting to just go the apps in towards this position of Yasnaya. NGE are already here. This is going to be such a rough game for Day Trade. If they're going to get top 8, they will have earned it.
Oh, I think this is actually all right. I mean, granted, it feeds towards the apartments. They've got themselves in 4 alive, and if you're 4 alive, you can do whatever you want. You've got so many options. NGE, they've only got 2 here right now. The other 2 of NGE are in the field. If Day Trade recognize that weakness, maybe they can make that push. But we all know how hard it is to push through these apartments. It's an absolute nightmare. Left, right, where do you look? Is he up above you? Is he below you? Did you miss him? Did you not clear the bathroom? It's such a nightmare, but I don't think Day Trade's going to get involved in that. They could spread back out to the west if they wanted to, but I think they're just going to sit safe and tight inside this one apartment they have. They've got basically the same vision that the rest of these apartments do into the field, and I think right now that's all that matters.
20 seconds away from Phase 4, halfway through this final game of the Last Chance qualifiers. Day Trade did get tagged by their Nye. They know that they're around them in the other side of this E-block of apartments. Tag, spray, not that bad. Again, they don't have the information that we have, Russell, knowing there's 2 members of NGE inside of those fields, the other 2 inside of the apartments. Circle pop for Phase 4 has been able to go center again. Yasnaya Fields finish. Never a fun one for players. It's not going to be easy.
No, not at all. Half of it's already taken. And a lot of these spots in the center of the zone become playable like Phase 6, Phase 7. You can't play them now because you'll just get ripped apart. Car cover is going to be vital. Armory Gaming, I don't even know where they play. They have to make some sort of monumental push. They have to fight NGE, I think. NGE, or end up where FW is. There's a bowl just north of them. This is not ideal. This isn't even in zone. Where do you fight from here? You're just going to get ripped apart. You're going to lose your cars. And right now, those cars are gold.
Smokes go out to defend this position. Yeah, you need those vehicles in any kind of field finish. That is something that is so crucial and vital. They're going to use them up early to sit the rock. That's not even in the circle.
Yeah,
as you pointed out, Russell, it's not even in. And FW Esports on the other side of the road. Dynasty and Riz, they'll play anchor on the other side to just make sure that Shanks and James can hold this position. They get up onto the rock. They spot FW Esports. This is such a precious moment now for Armory Gaming to stay alive. If they get wiped out, Day Trade will smell blood in the water, and it will just give them the adrenaline to know that it could be on to make top 8. FW, though, they go straight past Armory Gaming and into a bowl that is absolutely vacant. No one here but close by to 4-man Bow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a find from FW in the first place. Sending it here. I can guarantee you they were ready for a fight, but there's no fight here. They'll take it for free. TE is obviously kind of just their big daddy right now in the sky, controlling their moves. Four-man Bo, they're in the same boat as FW, but Four-man Bo are playing this very differently to FW. FW are probably playing this how you should. Being aggressive, throwing nades into your sister bowl, and getting the knocks. That's 3 already, and Dahlia is the only man left. TE has shown zero presence to stop FW from doing this, and FW just going to push over. Screw it. Four-man Bo, you have totally given this one up.
Well, that's the difference between a team that's in second place and a team that's unfortunately on the bottom of the leaderboard. We say goodbye to Four-man Bo, Arctics, and Nosh, all from the Japan Championship out of the Asia Super Cup. RKS gone for Pixel Stars, courtesy of Jonas, Hoang, and the rest of DK have made their way into Yasnaya Polyana, which has got a hefty amount of teams we've always seen coming out of Yaz on a fields finish with about 6 or so teams. Russell, it's a death run. It's very unlikely that you'll be the one to survive it and make it into the fields, but Day Trade will need to be the one to do so. Armory Gaming, I don't actually mind the spot they've been able to get on the eastern side of this circle because of what FW Esports ended up doing on their rotate. They've made this quite open, except for the 2 men of NGE.
They have to. The most crucial piece of information for Armory right now. Okay,
oh
even more so.
God.
The most crucial piece of information for Armory right now is how many people are in those yellows. How many people? If it's 2, you take it. If right now it is 2, if they were to get wrong information, assume it's 3 or 4, that could totally screw with them. I suppose the other play, if TE decides to fight FW or go out or make a mistake, they can fight through the field in between NGE and TE, but it's not going to be easy. They're going to be pincered 100%. For Day Trade, though, that's an entirely different story.
Yeah, this is rough. I mean, I'm going to be honest, Day Trade, how do they find a way out of here? How do they find a way to get to the late game? Because I think Armory Gaming have got themselves a way to get to said late game. We know the Yellows have only got a 2-man action. Now, by the way, I think we've seen a member knocked for NGE. Hung Fong Du is in a vehicle to come to the Yellows. That's some kind of reinforcement. Smoke's out for AG. They make the push through the field, but Hung Fong Du's made it over. Kill for Nurans. It's something. It's an extra point for Day Trade. It's also one less team to deal with as AAP are making their push out of Yasnaya as well. Decent spray from Nurans. Got a tag. Dalwin's been knocked down. That's FW down to the south. They got pushed on by TE. And Brown is going for a wrap in and behind Armory Gaming, but he got spotted by Riz. He was watching the backside of the field. Kill for AG. Another one on the board for them. And again, making life very difficult for Day Trade. Durance knocked by Xiao Feng at the left side here of the apps. Could this be the moment that Day Trade don't make it through? Flush with the knock though, the trade. It comes through for Day Trade. This is what they need. Trade after trade to go their way. And I believe it's only Jing left for Pixel Stars.
And
but
the best
DK are pushing them. I think, no, they went away.
They went past. They went
away. But AG are winning the battle. They're winning the battle against AAP and NGE. It's a double crash onto the Yellows for Dankoa. They're still looking towards Day Trade, playing Gatekeep. But at the Yellows, there's a 3-way fight. And Armory Gaming are doing a significant job to ward off 2 different teams.
And there goes AAP, although there goes Pixel Stars. AAP certainly still in the fight at those Yellows. DK getting involved as well. Dynasty is showing up. Down goes NGE. Gone. They've done their job. But AAP still very much a factor in this fight. 2 knocked for Armory. It needs to be clean. Shanks, you've got the fire angle, my friend. You need to get this done. That's good defense. Nan tried to push up. It's over. GG. Shanks, you surely have this. And he's got it. 11 kills for Armory, and Day Trade's looking worse for wear. Look at the control Armory are going to have now.
What a performance from Armory Gaming. That's one thing to just make it in barely by slim margins. It's another, though, to force your stay in the top 8 and to make the grand finals. Day Trade off into the distance. Players
done.
They're out.
Gone.
It's done. It's all over. Day Trade Gaming are gone, and Armory Gaming has rightfully made it into the grand finals with a standstill finish performance. A 3-way battle at the Yellows. They had to earn it, Russell. They certainly worked hard in this game. 5 teams remain, and all 5 of them are in the top 8. We have our leaderboard, we have our grand final, and we had an amazing last game.
And like they have throughout the entire tournament, groups and last chance qualifiers, they looked rock solid in those fights. Shanks had that back angle, no nerves on that spray, just a quick in and out peek. They looked so calm and so composed for a team in a position like this, in a moment like that, when they are not only assaulting a team, but getting assaulted from the other side as well. They kept it cool the whole time. I don't know many of these players, but I do now.
Incredible performance as we kind of now start to bring things down, because everything from here is really for show. Here for map 6, the last game of the last chance qualifiers. Day trade, 13 agonizing points short. Armory Gaming, though, they're not just sneaking in, Russell. They are absolutely charging that door down. Top 8 position is rightfully theirs by some margin as well. FPF fell short. AAP, they couldn't really get much from the battle at the Yellows either. 15 kills for Armory Gaming. All of the focus pre-match was about what teams could do to AG, but what about what AG could do to all these other teams?
Yeah. I mean, they're a known quantity now. No one's going to mess with these guys going forward. I'm certainly not going to doubt them going forward. They've shown me some absolute prowess in the game of PUBG. They are now on my radar. It's not like my radar matters, but goddamn, they're on it.
Core 3.
And they can still win this game too.
Since the start of 2023, it's been a solid year for this roster. 6th and 5th in the tie series of Phase 1 and Phase 2. Usually really solid at dealing damage, with a 4th highest in the tie series. They are a solid outfit, but you know, probably always behind the curtails of all these other top tie teams, your Q Confirms, your Burrams, your FWs, your Theraton 5s. Well, they've made a name for themselves here, and they join those respective teams in the grand final. Day trade, though, for a year. That's been, well, a bit of a rough start. They do miss out on grand finals, but one thing they showed in this last game, Russell, is heart. They didn't give up, and that, boy, they had to do a lot as well.
Yeah, in these last 2 games, they've shown more of what I wanted to see. And it sucks that we only got to see it in these last 2 games, and we only really got to see a glimpse of it as well. In that Wrangle game where they won, I mean, that could have been a lot bigger if the circle had shifted in, any certain way, but they still showed it. And then in this last game, emergency parachute, no emergency parachute, rather. They just did a massive long wrap to try their absolute best to get in the zone, and the circle kind of punished them a little bit. But yeah, I think heart is definitely the best way to put it.
Yeah, and we look to obviously just now do the last little bits of finalizing here. Still a chance they could win the game as well, Armory Gaming, but I like what FW is about to do them as we watch Banana 1 go for a wrap in behind. Unicorn Cyber and FW, I think, are going to get a good pinch on Armory Gaming. Tremendous performance, though. 16 kills, saved their best performance for last. And this is why, Russell, perfect example. You can talk all about, should teams drop? Should teams camp rotates? Imagine if you had to just drop them at the start of this game and you wiped them out at the beginning, and they never could even have the chance to do just this. You'll always be wondering, but I also will not blame a team who's only 7 points behind to back themselves in. I'm probably more so looking at your FTFs, maybe even your AAPs. Was there a world in which, I will say, Shelter's kind of one of the weirdest spots to drop down. There's not much else really there. You can't loop close by and then look for a camp rotate. As AG finally go out, 3rd place, incredible performance.
Yeah. Truly something to behold.
Such an incredibly fun end to the last chance qualifiers as FW and Unicorn see who can get the final chicken dinner. We're going to be seeing all of these top 8 in the grand finals next week, along with the top 8 from the group stage. It is going to be a stacked lobby, Russell.
Yeah.
Because the top 8 here, it's been quite top heavy as well. This has not been like 3 or 4 spots open with the last game. It was 1 spot. That 1 spot, the door got shut in this last game.
I don't think there's any other way to put it than stacked. Stacked, massive, huge. It's the best teams guaranteed. Vietnam on top, Thailand on top. I mean, those are the 2 dominant regions right now in APAC.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
Australia also has a 100% entry rate.
Okay, that's true. That's true.
Yep,
But did they qualify for an international last year? No, they did not.
Unicorn Cyber with a 12-kill win to close it out for the final game of the last chance qualifiers, but it was all about Armory Gaming, 110%, Russell. They were the focus, along with Day Trade coming into this final game, and Armory Gaming stepped up big, 16 kills, as they don't quite get the win, but they get our hearts. What a final game for the last chance qualifiers. Unicorn Cyber, they get the win. They've been great. They already did the job probably yesterday, to be honest. They were already in a really solid position, along with obviously a lot of other teams too. So what a way to close out. I mean, this is always what we want in PUBG. Last game, lot on the line, teams fighting it out for a spot, a top spot. It doesn't really matter. This is what we kind of want from these tournaments, and we were very fortunate to get it. Commiserations, of course, to Day Trade, AAP, so close from the future as well. We love those teams, Russell, but clearly there's only 8 slots. They had their last chance. The last chance is now seeing them gone by. So we say goodbye to those bottom 8 teams, and for the top 8, they enter the grand final.
I really wanted to see potentially a Japanese team do really well. Maybe one of them make it into that grand final, but that was not to be. I mean, it is really probably one of the best lobbies we can get. I mean, I also want to just kind of give credit to the way Armory played that game. When you see them on that south side, then they're creating that kind of barrier there. You can see that falling apart. You can see that falling apart. You can see the fight that they have to take next up. You can see them throwing that away. Also, when they put themselves in that spot with the car, they lost that car. We hyped it up because, I mean, that's valuable. That's a valuable resource in a zone like that. When they lost that, I thought, okay, this is crumbling. This is falling apart. The zone hasn't really shifted in their favor. This is looking unlucky. But FW went straight past them. They recognized what they needed to do to crash the yellows, and that was one of the most rock-solid managements of a team fight scenario I think I've seen in recent history. It wasn't just a straight breach where they were fighting NGE at the yellows. AAP got involved as well, and they still held their nerve. It was
three-way fight.
Something to behold.
Obviously for Day Trade as well, when you take into account that whole game holistically, right, from the battle at Quarry, then having to rotate all the way in the blue up past loot delivery, north of Gaz Pond, into Gaz, emergency pickup, DK essentially following them, had to battle a couple of teams in the apps, get out. That's such a hard game. Like, some people probably don't realize just how impossible that really was. I mean, I was kind of trying to articulate how difficult of a task it was ahead for Day Trade. And they were doing such a good job of dealing with it. But clearly by the end of it, it was just like, man, we can't do much more than that. They put up such a valiant effort. We'll go to the leaderboard. Of course, as we all know, the top 8 has been completely settled. There's no debates here, no calculations, no maths. These are the top 8 going through to the grand final. And in the end, a 13-point gap. It was actually Newhouse Esports that was the team 13 points ahead of Day Trade because AG just clutched up big. And what's interesting, 9 teams got wins. 9 teams got win. 7 of them are in the top 8. The team that didn't get a win was AG. The team that did get a win was Day Trade. That just that plays with the mental. That plays with the mental a bit.
Yeah. FW as well, by the way. We hyped them up in the group stage, and now we finally get to see what they're all about. We saw some good stuff from them that group stage. They were looking very hot. They were looking like they knew, how to get the kills. I don't really get to, I guess, analyze their macro play, but they looked solid. They looked like a good 4-man unit that was able to communicate kind of what player to go for and what team was weak and capitalize on those kill points. So that's fantastic to see.
And GE, I thought as well, when they had the 37 points from the first 2 games in the group stage and then just capitulated for basically the next 10 games. I was really disappointed because I really liked what I saw from them, and finally they also put it together here, just 2 points shy of FW. We'll look at our 16 teams though for the grand final that is coming up next week, and it is incredibly stacked. Guys, you don't want to miss the conclusion of the PUBG Asia Super Cup here for the winter variation. Those 8 teams at the top: Buram, Theraton 5, Purple Mood, QC, Fury, X-Men, Cerberus, EXO, are now being joined by New Generation, FW, the Expendables, Rapsiak Esports. My God, those guys are great. Along with Dankoa, Unicorn Cyber, Newhouse, and Armory. Of course, Rapsiak and Unicorn, their logos are needing to be swapped, but that's okay. All 16 of those teams into the grand final, and that should be a very, very fun grand final to be had. Lots of Vietnamese teams, lots of Thai teams, the Australian teams. It's going to be so much fun. next week. And of course, they've got 4 days as well, right? Like, this is going to be great about the grand final, Russell. It's 4 days. It's going to be 24 games, which is more than what you get even at PTC, Russell. So, I mean, that's going to be... I'm looking forward to it already. I just wanted to start.
We've had such good action. Twists and turns, 1v3s aplenty. It's been absolutely stunning. I think it's something to do with when you and I get together. I'll put it down to that. Also, thank God those Kitten Clowns made it, dude. They were so fun to watch. I'm so happy they made it. Dan Koa as well, by the way. They were like bottom in the group stage, and both those teams made it. So yeah, props to them, credit to them. But yeah, no, I can't wait to get to the grand finals.
So much fun. Hopefully everyone who's been tuning in for the PUBG Asia Super Cup enjoyed the last chance qualifiers right down to the final game. Of course, always action, excitement, fun when it comes to APAC in PUBG. It's why we love this region. It's why it's our favorite region. Make sure you tune back in next week for the grand finals. It's going to be a classical display of some insanely high level PUBG. Hope that everyone enjoyed the LCQ. We'll see you at the grand finals. Much love.